Hello and welcome. Sorry about that. This stupid light, the Elgato stream light, keeps disconnecting from the network, and I have to keep turning on and off again. It's very tedious. But hello, happy Tuesday to you. I hope we're all well. What are you all up to? Hey Butters, how you doing today? Happy Tuesday. What is going on? And other words as well. I did find the tank. I did find the tank yesterday. Which is good. Good news, because looking for it. Yeah, I'm glad it's appeared. I'm glad it's appeared. I'm still not entirely sure about the searchlight on it. It's a bit weird. Not sure if I like it, truth be told. It's a bit too chaosy. Feels resonant. I'm all right. I'm all right. What happened? Anything interesting? I did some 3D printing. Printed out some bits to stick onto tanks, and stuff like that. Hopefully, it needs a bit. They need a little bit of cleanup, but they're all ready to go. And we gotta do all the tank tracks today. So I'm gonna probably get into stuff relatively soon. But I hope you're well. Hope the family's well. I hope the kids are not being too stressful and all that sort of good stuff. Hello, YouTube. I haven't forgotten you either. Hello. I hope you're doing well. We will be getting into stuff straight away. We're going to be looking at the news situation straight away once I locate the page. Where are we? I say the news. It's the Warhammer news. Maybe we need to get an entire separate page with sort of Warhammer news logos all over the place. Fully bedeck it with graphics and ease. But I've not actually looked at this today. I loaded this up about 1 minute ago. Other than colds for the female side of the clan, we're good. The boy is sitting next to me watching a YouTube video about Minecraft. Why am I not surprised? Butters. I mean, I'm like all the sort of young, admittedly I don't know many young people. Like on my brother's wife, she has some nephews of about sort of, I don't quite know, like I would say 7 to 12, couple of them. They just are addicted to bananas. If it's not Minecraft, it's Pokemon. I have even less of a clue about Pokemon. I know it's a thing with weird animals, and that's it. Minecraft, like I did play it literally a couple of times. I couldn't get in because it wasn't Call of Duty and Battlefield. It wasn't Battlefield and Call of Duty, so I don't know what to say. Or Factorio. I mean, actually, I suppose it was close to Factorio. Factorio wasn't around at that point, so I didn't know. I didn't know any better. But I hope the female side of the clan get better ASAP. Note to self: don't Google stuff with don't do that. Well, I no, I'm not even going to say. I'm just going to leave it at that and say no, don't. Bad. Sorry, that would be bad. Oh. Okay. So yes, let's have a little run through the old. Anything is it? I don't, because I've not clicked on anything. I don't really know any of this is remotely interesting. The year of chaos for 40 years or more. Back to the early 80s. That's depressing. I'm doing all right. I'm just rather tired and stuff. I've been doing. Finally started editing again for like a YouTube video. Trying to remember it. It's how to do all the stuff is a bit exhausting and tedious. I'm constantly Googling how do I do this and all that. So, but part of the process. Did some 3D printing. It turns out one of the prints I did was actually a disaster. but not an obvious disaster. It turns out, something I didn't realize, before we do the news segment, let's go back to the face. It turns out on eBay, right? I wasn't aware of this. There was a limit to how much stuff you can list. Now, apparently, they give you 300 listings for free. Groovy. So I thought to myself, I have 295 or 290 items in the store currently. I'll just bang them all into eBay. Everyone's going to be happy. Turns out that's incorrect. There is a limit to the actual value of stuff you can have. That's what it is. It's not. At least, like, I've started selling properly on eBay now, rather than just like random bits and pieces I don't need anymore. So I got listed 42 items. I got obviously 250 to go. I didn't realize there was a maximum of, like, I think $50,000 or thereabouts of value of stuff you can list for, so I've uploaded 42 items. I can't really upload any more. I've maxed out the value. At least for this month. Next month rolls around, hopefully I'll be able to add some more stuff. But that's slightly irritating. Well, I'm vaguely proper. I was all sort of hyped up for listing everything onto eBay, and then suddenly, bang. No. And I can't. The thing is, I don't think I can even export stuff into like a draft mode. Maybe I can. If I can just upload everything to eBay in draft mode. But at the moment it's just like not much. Well, this is the thing. We have this is already at the multi item listings. But unfortunately, like I can't list like, for example, the entire sewer. It's not really the multi item listing thing. It's like the total, like the value of stuff. And like, if I think what I need to do is I need to go through each item, because I've listed like 20 of each thing. I need to go through each item and reduce the total amount, because I've got 5. I've listed. I listed all this before I knew this was an issue, so it's not all my fault. But I've got 90 items listed at 9 to 16 quid. So if I can nobble that amount down to like half that, then it'll free up some more space. It's it's total value of all the items that you sell, including multi bits and pieces. So I need to go through all the items, decrease the count, and hopefully that will free up a little bit. Anyway, that's that. So that's that, and then I've also got to get my website up and running again, because it's. I was hoping to do all the eBay stuff before the website stuff. Now the eBay stuff bleep up, I can now get back to the website stuff. Then hopefully, when July rolls around, I might actually be able to play a computer game and rest, like feel like I can have a rest for the first time in 9 months or something. That's what I'm really hoping for. I'm hoping July is going to be a good month. Of like I can get some relaxation in. I'm sure, as a parent, you might know wanting some relaxation. No, I this is the problem, Butters. I thought about this. Like, initially, basically what I did is I had my entire Etsy listings copied over to this. I'm using a bit of software called, get the name of the correctly, Nembol multi-channel. which basically, because I got my Shopify site, my Etsy, and now eBay, it sort of keeps all the stock. Not that I have stock; it's all printed to order, but it keeps all the details similar. It's like it's a central hub of information that all gets shared out. I do one update and everything else changes. At least that's the idea. So eBay and Etsy and Shopify, they're fine with links elsewhere. eBay doesn't like links at all, so I've had to go through every single item and remove all the links. It's been really tedious. I don't mind admitting. It's frankly doing my brain in. What little brain I have, it's been finished off by this situation. What is this? Well, exactly. I mean, when did I last play a computer game? Fat Man's Kitchen, hello, how are you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. I hope you're well. When was it last played Space Marine 2? October 5th. So however long ago that was. I've played 1 game, 2 games of 7 Days to Die for like half an hour each in between then. But that's not, I'm not counting that because that was just, I was really just seeing the updates. So, I don't know. When July rolls around, I'm actually going to make some time for myself. I'm getting to the breaking point. The skinning. Oh, hello. Maximum skinning. Was it Pac-Man? Yo, I've not played Pac-Man in a decade. I don't know the last time I played Pac-Man. I had a little LCD. You remember in the good old days, Butters? You had a little, like the LCD, grayscale LCD as well. Like little game. I had a Pac-Man one of them. Had a little cross controller. And I think it had a button even, maybe. Press, which wasn't start. I had that. I had Pac-Man. I'm trying to remember what other ones I had. Donkey Kong. I have a sneaky suspicion there might have been another game. This was pre Game Boy era. I know exactly what you do. Hell yeah. I'm just trying to remember what other games. Like, I'm pretty sure there was Donkey Kong. There was Pac-Man. I'm trying to remember what the other one was. Icarus, thank you so much for the 17 months. How the devil are you? Oh, there's a button. Thank you. I hope you're well. We're just talking about like the old school LCD games, like pre Game Boy era, before they sort of things upgraded to the Game Boy. Not that I ever had a Game Boy. I still remember one Saturday afternoon after playing games, as in like I think it was during the summer or something. It was after playing like a match, rugby or cricket. We had the afternoon off basically after that, so I borrowed a friend's Game Boy with the expanded battery pack, with the extra battery pack, which sort of was stuffed full of 4 or 8 batteries. It was quite heavy beast. And I played through Super Mario World, or whatever the hell it was called back then. I played through it twice in a sitting. So we did the normal level, and then what do they call it? Hell? The hell level? The hell version? Can't remember. It was a good time though. You had heart surgery? Jesus. Recovery is slow. At least recovery is happening. That is the important part. That thing, definitely. You had it half right in the Mystery 40K. Well, half right. I couldn't quite figure out what it was. I couldn't quite figure out what looked familiar. Like there were bits of it which looked familiar, but I just couldn't quite place it. However, we are having a look at, just very quickly at the latest Warhammer news. So it's apparently 40 years, which is depressing, of chaos. Skaventide box. So this is Skaventide. This is basically a roundup of stuff we've had. Well, the chaos side of things, at least. Did like her. She was cool. What are these things? We looked at them yesterday on stream. I've already forgotten their names. The pseudo bloodletter and whatnot. Old snaky boy. Curses. I meant to do something. I meant to cancel something and I forgot to. Chaos books. Chaos Knights. Did anyone get this? I like the flamethrower. That's it. The big flamethrower. Is there anything else good in the news? Latest news. What's this? The Old World Almanac. Building the Celestial Empire of Grand Cathay. All the balloons. Terracotta Giants. Very cool. Yeah, we have axed that goal for now. Obviously, we replaced it with the Baneblade because we evidently the initial goal was way too high. We have dropped the goal to the Baneblade action. Is anyone remotely interested in this army? Mechanicum Thanatar. That was it. Sorry, I said Thalax. Okay, this is definitely a me problem. I genuinely meant the Thanatar. And but I know I typed the Thalax. I got the names confused. With the big shoulder gun, right? In school, my friend group would play that trail game where everyone died of dysentery every 3 minutes. What? I'm not familiar with that one, Fat Man's Kitchen. Regarding news, I hope it shows the new Chaos Knight. Well, we can have a look at the Chaos Knight again. Definitely. But I would be quite keen on painting these. They look pretty snazzy. I think even I could definitely get a character or something to paint anyway. But these balloony things look pretty sweet. We like the balloons and the sentinels and the dragon things. But yeah, we did look at the Chaos Knights. I don't know what people's opinions were of it or are of it. Where has it gone? This thing with the sort of drill and the flamethrower. I like the flamethrower, obviously. Drill bit is fine, I guess. It's the ribs that hurt the most. I wasn't... Oof. Well, hopefully, how long do they say it's going to take for start getting better? Rules in the Age of Darkness, a challenge of champions. Only models with command or champion subtypes may issue and accept challenges. Okay, Gambits. Duelist Edge. Okay, Charnable Saber. The Black Sword of Sigismund. Duelist Edge 2. What a beast. Okay. So he can basically get the first hit on. I will be interested to see how he fights up against my boy there. What's this boy? I do like this helmet. I'm not massively sure. I like this bit, the central bit. I'm not the bony horny bit? I don't know. If this is a single miniature, which I think it might be, I could imagine buying one. Paint. He looks like fun. Yeah. Anywho, by the way, the Warhammer website itself seems to be broken. It's well broken. It's not great. Conradson, hello. How you doing today? What's going on? Happy Tuesday to you. Happy Tuesday. By the way, I forgot something. I just realized I've been finally invited to. I can technically stream in 2K. I just forgot to set it up. I forgot to set it up. I had an email saying, "Oh, you can stream in 2K." Which is interesting. It's a cloudy, hot weather, but a cloudy day. Oh dear. Is that good or bad? Like, how hot are we talking? So let's just as I said earlier, we got lots. So painting miniature building wise. So we're just going to crack on. I may even get rid of my face camera, so you don't have to put up with my concentrating face. You're going to reduce your shells of shame when you start. That sounds like a solid plan. That sounds like a solid plan. Right there. Getting rid of backlog and stuff like that is basically why I'm building this kit. Because we have... Like, this box has been hanging around for ages. I thought, well, we might as well do something with it. So we do have other boxes that are knocking around as well. For example, we have the Imperial Knight Apocalypse box. The thing is, I'm not entirely sure if I want to leave it Imperial or make it naughty. It makes sense for it to go naughty because I have a Chaos Knight as well and a Chaos Titan. So, like, it makes sense to make them all naughty, but then again, I'm also tempted to have them maybe keep it on the good side. Because I tell you, the Knight I really like, the Knight Lancer. That's the one I like the most. The Imperial Knights, the... Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can go and get it. I actually have... I just remembered I got another Chaos Knight box. I bought 3 of these boxes. Obviously, not these ones, but I bought 3 Apocalypse boxes. So I have this one. Imperial Knight Super Heavy Detachment. Unfortunately, I'm not massively keen on this. It's a bit weird. And I have the Chaos Knight Ravager. Yeah, Mort, we are. We are, because I got sick of people saying I wasn't doing anything. So I thought, screw them. I'm actually going to do stuff. That's what I thought. So here we are. It is allowed, yes. How are you doing today? Happy, there we are on Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. What are your plans for today? This is slightly tedious, so I'm just going to be running my mouth the entire time. I managed to get a little bit of editing, like a tiny smidgen of editing done, which is good. Trying to set up my microphone and stuff, though, has been very tedious because I can't remember how to... I completely forgot how to do it. So that's been fun. And when I say fun, I'm being incredibly sarcastic. Well, we have just started. In a few days it'll be worse, and like all July and August over 40 Celsius. I don't know how I couldn't do that. I know like where my brother's wife is Georgian. So when they fly back to Georgia for basically 2 months, I think they go off for, it's also going to be 40 plus. Thankfully, CJM has smashed that resubscribe button. Dude, thank you so much. How are you? Thank you so much for the resub, dude. I hope you're well. What was I saying? Apart from thank you very much for the resub. Yeah, no, 40 thankfully like my brother bought a flat over in Georgia, which had literally just been finished. I think some American woman who'd moved out to Georgia had sort of refitted it, so it's actually got air conditioning, which is good because my brother does not do well in heat either. He doesn't suffer quite as badly as I do, but he does suffer. He doesn't do well in the heat. I am groovy, baby. Well, we're finally, much like Icarus here, we have decided to sort of start working our way through some well, we don't call it, you know, pile of shame or anything like that. We rebranded that. We stepped away from it. We thought maximum positivity. This is future content, rather than, you know, piles of shame and all that sort of stuff. That's very negative. We rebranded it to future projects and future content. So that's where we are. Ate your discounted bread? Did it have a yellow sticker on? Tell you what. Like at the rest of the week, like at the rear end of the week, I do go out to the supermarket on like Thursday and Friday, occasionally on a Saturday as well, and just acquire as many of those things which are going out of date as possible to save a little bit of money, so I can spend it all on plastic. No, I don't spend it on plastic, but it does save a little bit of money. Nice thing. $3 for $4. That is very good. I don't think we get them that cheap over here, the discounted food, but it is a saving, and frankly, any saving is a good saving. I have to decide what scheme to use. Comrades, have you got any like ideas as to what scheme you might do them in? By the way, I got to show you the things I printed out in a moment. I know this is incredibly tedious, so we will I'll try and speed through this as quickly as possible. But so I did find this tank yesterday. I put it in a cupboard by accident. So this is the Vanquisher. This is, as you can see, it's resin. Forge World 1. I don't know if I'm going to really bother smoothing that bit down. There's a bit of a crease. Thing is, there's this stupid thing on it. I'm not entirely sure. It's very chaosy. It feels resin, this bit. We would have to try and either snap it off, which would leave a whole load of stuff there which needs filling and or like covering, or we could potentially try and just chop off the ribbed bit, the spiky bit, and sort of like make it a bit more like that shape, but without the spikes. And that could work. Pile of potential. Yeah, well, I can't remember where Pile of Potential sounds familiar, but a while ago, many years ago, in fact, when I first started streaming, I did rebrand to Future Content. I don't know where, and then after that, I heard Pile of Potential like a few years later. Grown, you got a bunch of Emperor's Children to paint. I ordered Lucius a while ago. He's still not been shipped out. So I'm actually cancelling Lucius. Lucius is being cancelled. Which is sad. So I guess I'll have to get him elsewhere or something. So I'm just going to actually cancel Lucius, and I also and then order something else instead, like another Sentinel or something to make up for it. But you've been heavily lacking hobby motivation. You need Mr. Motivator in your life, CJ. You need... I was just about to say, I need to become the Mr. Motivator of the miniature painting world, and then realized that would require heavy-duty amounts of spandex, which no one wants. Doesn't help, I'm still waiting on... CJ, where did you order yours from, out of interest? I'm waiting on Lucius and a single cacophonist. Get loads of food from Cooplands and that after they close. What did you say the app was called? I missed it. I missed the name of the app. If I said it, by the way, I do apologize. Oh, Too Good to Go. Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. I misunderstood what you said then. Gotcha. That certainly makes sense. I do like that. There are a few supermarkets around, so I will attempt to go and do that. Remove the spikes and it becomes less chaosy. Absolutely. But I'm just trying to remember where, like, this looks like a Chaos Edition, but I don't know from where. I don't really... But anyway, we do need to tart this up. But this one doesn't have sponsons on. I think I'm going to have to buy some sponsons separately. So I can slap them on. However, let me show you what we printed before we get back to... back to like scraping the tank track. Probably the most tedious thing in the world. So we printed some bits, all like stowage and bits of things. So we printed out some ammo boxes, ammo crates. They were solid, but I hollowed them out. So we might be able to find like some places to stick them on. Otherwise, they'll just go onto scenery. Bits of scenery in the future, so I don't know if that will go on. I tell you what, this is odd. This is really odd. Thankfully, I have some styrene down below, and we might be able to make a bit of like something flat there, and then potentially We might be able to cram on like a ammo crate or something like that. That could work. So that's good. So we got various other bits of stowage. We got some like bits of tarpaulin all rolled up. And other bits and bobs. We've got some backpacks with spades, which can get slapped on places. We got the sticks, the dreaded sticks of doom. You find yourself, I don't know where the best. I mean, we could put it on the front potentially, but these are like if the tank gets bogged down, then it can throw down some sticks of doom and use it for traction, because it's just like the right width, sort of stick into some boggy ground and provide a little bit of traction for it to get out. So we got printed out some of those things. I know I could have used an actual, like, I think they just used like logs of some variety from some tree. You still, I think you still occasionally see modern day tanks and infantry fighting vehicles with them. They're not like, it's not like a bit of tube, actual tree. Element, yeah, likewise. CJ, you think that's a retro chaos searchlight? The Fat Man's Kitchen, I think you're absolutely correct. It really is, and I am a bit kind of because it's like an old one. I don't know if I really want to get rid of it. I don't know if I really want to get rid of it. Maybe I just get a new plastic top, put a new Vanquisher cannon on it, and such. 20th of June. Is that what? Have you actually spoken to them, CJ, or is that you just looking at the thingy? I'm looking at it right now, and it says expected delivery 13th to 14th of June. Demon prints and all your basing supplies. Yeah, it really is not. I think in the future, what I've decided to do is split my orders when it comes to stuff like that. Like doing 2 separate orders, i.e. pre-order stuff as one order and then everything else as a separate order. I know that's going to mean more postage. But it also means that I'll get the importance, or the majority of the important stuff, ASAP that's in stock. And then the pre-order stuff, it'll arrive when it arrives. And though it's the thing, I do like these without the sponsons. I do like them without the sponsons. One's got a load of fluff in there. You can't quite see it. Oh yeah, you can. There's a bit of fluff. I don't know how old that dust is. As long as there's no like weird animals in there, I think we're okay. I do like the I do like these without the sponsons. However, like I think that if I do it, you know the old tank destroyer one, it was like this tall and it had a great big cannon out the front of it. If I get one of those somehow, either printed or whatnot, I won't have sponsons on that because I think that's very sleek and saucy. Now that's just looking at Lucius' page, but last time this happened to me with the Villainy inks, yeah, they showed on the store page as bang on. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it is rather tedious, though. It is rather tedious, to put it mildly. Hopefully, like the 20th is June is tolerable-ish. It's tolerable-ish. Where are the Emperor's children anyway? When they're at home? You know what? Do you know what paint scheme you're going with for them? Apart from purple. Oh yeah, I see on the page it says 20th. I see that. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've waited X amount of months already. Another 10 days might not be the end of. What is the box in the back by the vent? Are you talking about this? Or this? I have a sneaky suspicion there was supposed to be something here. It needs a dust, by the way. I do apologize. I bought this off eBay decades ago. Or probably a decade ago. And I have... Yeah, I didn't buy it, build it, or anything like that. So we do have to deal with this situation. What I was trying to talk about yesterday, but I couldn't really show you. So I'm not entirely sure if what we do about that. We either put some glue in there and try and lever that, cut this bit off, but I don't know how much glue they used. That's the issue. Like, they might have used huge amounts of glue. Then again, they might have barely used any. However, if it's glued in too tightly, then what we'll do is we'll just cover it in some mud. We use some tactical filth, and it will fill in the gaps. And everyone, no one will be any the wiser. That's... Right. You can see how much glue they use. They dabbed some on the wheels, but this... Okay, well, I'm glad that's happened. Does mean we can tidy up things a little. Hopefully, unfortunately, it looks like they worked from the bottom upwards. Normally, classic way to work on all things. I think with this case, I think it's better is working top down. The actual move. You're going box art style? Nice. I look forward to seeing that, dude. I don't know when we'll get around to painting ours, but sometime. PM. Yeah, we got some loose. We're gonna have to. I wonder how many of these I can just attack. Just do that with. Hey, we might be able to get them all off. We might be able to get them all off, ladies and jelly spoons. In which case, that will be a good time. We can hopefully try and resolve the issue of the tracks being a bit baggy. Hopefully, if not, then we have a disaster on our hands. We will see. We will see. But yeah, tomorrow's stream we won't be building a tank, I promise. This is just I'm not massively keen on doing the same stuff over and over again. Like if I wasn't streaming, I would just build these things until they were built, but fortunately, I'm glad they haven't gone mental with the glue. I think in the past, I know I've put some kits together and just gone absolutely bananas with the glue. Absolute, just like melting everything. The fact I can actually finish anything has just made me not want to paint anything, because what's the point? No, I completely understand that, CJ. Hopefully, you know, as stuff will arrive at the end of the month, better late than never and all that kind of jazz. And then July is going to be the month, hopefully, where you can get a wiggle on. That inspiration is going to come back to you. Taking a break from it now is, you know, it's a good thing, because you're warming up, you're mentally refreshing yourself, and then you're going to go into July and it's going to be fantastic. You're going to paint all the things, right? going to be great. July's your month. Yes. Right, so we... Oh, God. I don't know if we'll be able to get this one off. Unless we take this off as well. They've used a weird glue. I'm not quite sure... Doesn't seem to be... Well, it's certainly old. It's old glue. From the olden times. So it looks like we could potentially take this entire thing apart. We could potentially... Was that smoke or... That was dust. We could potentially take this entire kit apart almost at this rate. It helps the next 10 days will go pretty quick. And you're in a show this week, so my time's pretty full. I'm going to go paint all the things and start playing Magic the Gathering. Tell me about Magic the Gathering, because that is like... Honestly, it's not a thing that appeals to me. Card games have not really been my kind of... I might be doing a disservice by calling it a card game. I don't really know enough about Magic the Gathering. You got the smoke grenade launcher right behind this. Like, it shoots smoke directly into the back of the dozer blade. What a time to be alive. I tell a porcupine. I tell a porcupine, ladies and jelly spoons. Card games. I have been all about card games before, as you all know. Top trumps, baby. Top trumps. These are the ultimate ones. Yeah? This is where it's at. The Fire Demon. The Priestess of Zoltan. High Priestess. Excuse me. So I don't know what he's doing in there. Death. Oh, this one makes me chuckle. Horror rating 100. Right? What do you reckon the killing power of him is? I would like an answer in chat. What do you reckon his killing power of death is? Serious questions only. Answers. Look up the crew and scout. Oh, okay. I shall look those up. I will let you know what the killing power of death. All right? 95. I suppose I will give you, like people do occasionally, come back from the dead, right? When they're basically on the verge of, like, in hospital, they've been resuscitated. He's been, like, obviously yanking on their arm and saying, "Oh, you're coming this way," and then the doctors and nurses, etc., be like, "Actually, this one's coming back." I reckon it should be 99. Killing power of death, 99.9. He's not got 100% clearing rate, but he's pretty bloody close. Card games with stories in them. Not that you need it. The problem is, I just don't have the time. I've barely got enough. Like, I don't even have enough time to play a computer game at the moment. And I know a lot of people are like, but yeah. Certainly want to play a computer game. Right. I think a lot of people get hung up on the standard and modern, which... Oh, my coffee mug. Which are the turbo expensive formats. I played Commander. That's the one I've heard of. I didn't realize there were other versions. I just thought it was just Commander, evidently, which is more of a 4-player casual format. But it can be played more competitively. It's really fun and quite easy to get started in with a pre-con deck. They're usually pretty reasonable out of the box. When you say pretty reasonable, talk to me. Talk to me. Lizard Man. The Living Gargoyle. Wolfman. The Creature from the Outer Space. 100? $100. Suppose in the scheme of things, okay. That's tolerable for like hobbies stuff, right? If you're into it. I mean, the Warhammer box is like, what, 150? Or less if you get it from, you know, somewhere like Element Games. Using my affiliate link. What a segue that was. What a beautiful segue that was. The Fiend. That person's head's come off. Hunchback. I've got to fix the YouTube one. That element command does. Stream Elements has something to say, and Nightbot. Not great. Need to get that fixed. Like, I do know someone who's done some art for Magic in the past. Done some illustrations for, I think, dragons, I think. Some variety, I could be really wrong. But depending on what deck you want, they can range pretty wildly in prices, but you can pick up some for less than 40 quid, and they're not mega focused. They're not crap, but they can usually be upgraded to a pretty decent deck, putting together like another 20 to 30 quid's worth of singles into it. Oh, okay. Now, there's something... The hell is this? It's a Birdman thing. The Mummy. Now, Magic the Gathering, right? Do they have... I occasionally see things on, like, would it be Etsy? Something like that? Offering services to sort of paint over cards and stuff like that. Is that is that a Magic the Gathering thing? Like, is it paint over? Is that what it's called? He's having a horrible time. This jailer's been absolutely miserable. The Killer Rat, if you're into your Skaven. Okay, so tell me about the altars. I've always like wondered why people paint over the cards. What, is that just like a personal preference thing, or I mean, what does it really achieve? The Venusian Death Cell. I got to Google what the hell this is, though. Anyway, this is that's the type. That's these are these horror cards. I also have tanks as well. Check those bad boys out. Yeah? I thought you'd be impressed. I found those in an old box I had when I went to my very first boarding school, like from 1988 to 1993. I had like a tuck box. It was in. I found the tuck box, and this was in it. I'd not looked at this since 1993, 94-ish. Right. They just want something cool. Some players just love a bit of bling. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I understand that. Okay. Got to clear this off. I'm slowly levering off these tank tracks so we can have another go at them. So you're going to get back into Magic in July, BJ? Is that the plan? And get some painting your Emperor's Children. Did we get rid of... We didn't get this off yet. That side is off. We've got to figure out... Ooh! Got to figure out exactly what scenery the Cadian... pseudo-Cadian army is going to be sitting on. Because... We're probably going to put some filth on the underside of this tank, right? It's going to be riding through mud or dust or filth or something. So... if we have any massive like gouges in this area around here and stuff like that, we'll be able to tactical filth it up. Giving up Dram for a while? Oh, okay. No longer buttering your parsnips. Oh my god. Well, you know what? You need to slap some slap some honey on those parsnips. That's what you need. Honeyed parsnips. Suits you, sir. So you're replacing it with Commander on Wednesday nights. Well, changes or a change or a break is sometimes exactly what's needed. Completely understand that. All right, we're gonna. Ah! I wonder what glue this was. Okay, so we got the fluff. So the grenade launcher. It looks like it's actually supposed to be there. Interesting, because there's like a little angled bit for it to go into. So look at this situation. This is just, oh. What are we going to do with you? What are we going to do with you? Okay, well, we might be able to get... I say we might be able to. I just joinked that off. If I turn my mug back on, I did. Hopefully we'll be able to get some hot coffee soon in the face. Definitely needing some. What are we all up to today, folks? After stream, will be... shower. No, but that's what I will be doing. And then... I'll be watching a thing on the box for an hour. I think, if it's on. I've got to double check. It might not be on. But last night there was... When I was working at Disney, there was a book series I started reading called Shard Lake by C.J. Sansom. They've turned that into a TV series. So I watched that last night, which was good. I enjoyed it. I don't know if it's on tonight as well. I'm gonna have to double check. And eventually watch that, and then we've got to do some editing. Woke up from a nap. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. It took 3 hours. Hey, sometimes you need that mega nap. Sometimes the mega nap is needed. Hey, at least you woke up from it, right? That's... it could have always been worse. Not to be too depressed. You're not doing much today? Yeah, you got to take a rest. You don't want to overdo it. Oh no, I'm right though, aren't I? It's all right, Ragnar. I'm glad you did wake up. Could have been a lot worse. So apart from doing nothing, what are you doing today? We're actually doing stuff. So here, a good time. We slowly started stripping this tank. I might just buy a new sponson. Sorry, not sponson. Thing. Turret. With the words. Because I'm now. The more I think about it, I think this is an old cast resin, spiky chaos lamp thing. Wait, was it? Would this have been cast resin? It would have been plastic, surely. Why does it feel cast? I'm slightly worried that this have been... I'm wondering now if this is actually naughty. A naughty one. mean, there's nothing. I'm looking at it thinking it's nothing. It doesn't look horrific. The only dodgy bit, it looks slightly dodgy around here. Truth be told, but I don't like. Looks a bit weird around. Not entirely sure what's going on. So I don't know. Your English, that almost made me think you were disappointed. Oh no. Better luck next time. No, Ragnar, of course not. Now, I mean, I can understand that. I have certainly said that in the past to people before, and probably in a similar tone of voice, truth be told, that I've really not gotten on with. Yeah, but no, not in this. Obviously, just to clarify. Yeah, so we think this is like an old chaos, like what's the word? An old chaos upgrade sprue or sort of something like that for vehicles, and it feels like, yeah, it's definitely solid. So I think it's been a solid past bit, and this was I'm pretty sure if I'm trying to remember it. Well, I'm gonna have a look on eBay. I think this is a resin, and I'm thinking if this is resin, maybe the entire thing's resin and naughty, as in like a recast. I don't know. I'm not gonna throw it away, obviously, money, but and I do like the Vanquisher turret. It is saucy. From Forge World, it was the old Forge World tank bit. It was the Vanquisher turret. Hold on. Old Forge World. Problem is, back in like the early, I was going to say the early 90s. That would be incorrect. Early 2000s. I did buy a bunch of stuff off eBay. Huge amount. And I wasn't like I didn't realize that recasting was a thing. So I thought I was buying some bargains. Turns out what I was buying was some recasts. For example, what were they called? Is it the Talon Malarkey? Malarkey, not the Malarkey. Those sort of weird, not camel things. I bought some of those. Those were recasts. Absolutely. I've got them somewhere still. I'll have to dig them out. I'll have to find them. The bottom looks different from Forge World ones. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I don't know when I purchased this. And I don't have any Forge World turrets, so I've got nothing to blame, to sort of, reference it against. Let me see if I can. £159. And other noises as well. Oh my god. Oh, this is. Hold on. So. Are we looking at the same item? Yeah, we are looking at the same item. We just found the same one at the same time. So. I think they put the turret on this thing on upside down, whoever this kit. They've added on a radio set at the back. Okay, here we go. So looking at the underneath of it, so if you look at this one, folks, the bottom is not flat. Thankfully, I #appreciate a not flat bottom. As you can see, that one. Yeah, this is a recast. Yeah, you can see the old circle around there. Unless I've got... Hold on, am I looking at this incorrectly? Yeah, because this... I think this circle... This outer circle here is... Yeah, it's definitely... But yeah, it's not a horrific one, and I am going to keep it. I just don't... That makes me think I might be able to remove the Chaos Light thing. I don't know. I'm not spending £159 though on a new one of these. I will be going to Warhammer or eBay and typing in Leman Russ turret. It might be a recast because the searchlight looks different. It really, yeah. I'm going to keep this because honestly, like, I would have spent money on it back then, and there's no point me throwing it away. I will find some other use for it. I will just pick up a another turret, and but not this one. Exterminator, Jesus Christ, 150 quid. Sweet buttery Jesus. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do, ladies and jelly spoons. I tell you what I would like to get. The old... Was it not the Demolisher? It was the old Forge World, the Tank Hunter. What was that called? Oh, do not browse eBay. I'm not browsing eBay. I've never seen yellow GW resin exactly. I'm not browsing eBay. Why? What's the problem? What's the problem? Yeah, no, this is the thing. Like those I think they're the Talon Malarkey things or whatever they were called. When they appeared, they were in yellow, like yellow or brown resin. No. Well, this is always a concern where I'm very, very nervous about accidentally buying something when I'm not paying 100% attention. Like, casually spending 150 quid on a resin turret would be a disaster. And absolutely. eBay is a dangerous place. I maxed, as I said earlier at the beginning of the stream, I have maxed out the amount of stuff that I'm selling on eBay. Like, I can't list any more items. I've got 250 more... I have 250 more items to list. eBay's only let me listing 40 at the moment. Terrible. Terrible. Was good for a few MTG cards I was struggling to find, but now I have a site. Oh, you have a specific site? Yeah, I mean, I remember I bought that Rancor over there off eBay when I was living in the States. That big boy Rancor. I bought... Oh, God, I tell you, there was a vinyl kit I purchased. I'm so irritated that I sold it. So it was a... It was a vinyl garage kit. When I was living in the States, I ordered it. It was ED209. It was so good. I don't know why I sold it. I tell you what, actually, I know why I sold it, because it needed work on it, like, before I even glued it together. Like, it needed dunking in some hot water to reform some of the shapes are a bit skew-if. And I didn't really have the knowledge or probably the patience or anything else at the time. However, I think now getting that it was like a big bad boy ED209. It wasn't like a little one. It was a big proper one. It was a proper bad boy. Anyway, so, however, we do have this kit to deal with. We have got random sandbag. We printed out one set of sandbags that we will not slap on this one, but we will slap some things on it. The Robocop one, yeah. In fact, we're not getting sidetracked. This is not getting sidetracked. This is hobby adjacent, ladies and jelly spoons. Unfortunately, I can't. I set that eBay account up in 2000. It won't let me scroll back to items that old, unfortunately. Was it this one? Hold on, I've got to see a picture of it. Don't know, I need. It was this one. God damn it! All right, we're gonna have a look, ladies and jelly spoons. Shh. It was this bad boy. Ah, what a time to be alive! Now the one I had, it didn't arrive in this box, unfortunately. So I haven't. What's up, Gabby? You slag? How you doing, dude? Happy Tuesday. So I'm just reminiscing over vinyl, over kits that I sold that I used to own and don't have anymore. There's 1/9 scale. Pretty sure it was this one. So this was all vinyl. Like, it needed hot water. Like, some of the joints, some of the bits were all wonky and didn't fit together properly. And they needed remedying, to say the least. So I ended up selling it. Very sad. Yeah, exactly. You're at a sign. No, I've seen that sign. I've seen you post that sign in Discord. The slag. Maybe. It made me chuckle. Yeah, so this is a problem. It was as you say, soft plastic. It needed a lot of work. Especially this bit. I seem to remember there was like a dent in it. Like the I don't know what, like the microphone-y bit. I am very sad that I mean it would have needed a lot of work. This is a good illustration of one of the challenges you might have with vinyl, the softness of the material. Yeah. So they had this person had this part laying in the box for a while, and it just sort of, you know, it droops with age. Some games come with vinyl minis. That is terrible. They should not be allowed. So it was basically stuff like that, you know, which is why I sold this kit. I do regret it though. I did have some really sweet kits back then. I'm just going to scroll to the end, see what it looks like. Maybe there's a more modern one. Probably there must be a 3D printed one out there. Maybe in the future we'll get a 3D printed kit and either print it out ourselves or, you know, acquire it. But also better because like this texture around here is all kind of weird. ED209 is awesome. Gabba, how you doing today, dude? What's crack-a-lackin'? I did print out... Fortunately, there was a bit of a disaster. I thought the prints came out really nicely. Like, technically... Hold on, his tail's upside. Like, he came out, like, really nicely, you know? Unfortunately, there was a bit of delamination on his top lip. Like his top teeth have basically not appeared. You can see like they started to be printed, but it was slightly skew-if. So I need to reprint this. Yeah, I need to reprint it to fix it. However, I'm still going to use this somehow. I mean, what I could do is, honestly, what I could do is I could just get some dirty down gore and just smack his face into it. Be like, yo, yeah, he's nibbling on something. He's having a whale of a time. His teeth aren't ruined, I promise. But yeah, so this is. I'm very happy. This. Ooh, hello. Got to get it the right way around. He needs dentures. He really does. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to printing out some more of these. I just need to be wary of the a bit of delamination here. There's a little bit of an issue when it comes to printing. I'm still not 100% sure what causes it. Thick and all calm. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I've got him. We will do some sort of conversion and have him having a whale of a time. I've got his arms and stuff. Don't worry. No point throwing this in the bin or anything. So, hey Lucian, what's going on? You saucy rascal. Give him something to chew on. Yeah. Dino looks great. Yeah, I printed him out yesterday. I didn't notice his like top teeth had been slightly ruined, so we're gonna remedy that with some green stuff and another miniature jammed in there, or an ultramarine one. How dare you? How very dare you, Ragnar? For that, you may very well be Dark Angel arm. How'd you like that? How'd you like them apples? I don't know what glue this person used, by the way. My God, like it is. It's just. I'm glad that it's old. This is an old kit someone glued together because it's coming apart like butter or something like that. I don't know. Is this a rescue, Don? I purchased this off eBay donkeys years ago. I don't know how long ago. It came with this, which we were just looking on eBay. This is a recast, unfortunately. Before I realized recasts existed. For example, there's this thing. We are going to rescue that as much as we can of it, but I'm going to get a modern or like a new turret and replace it with a new turret, and I will find a use for this one at another time because it has an old chaos searchlight on. And I don't want to ruin it really. I was going to snap it off and then I was going to or just cut off these things, but then I thought, you know what? No, we'll keep it on there in spiky mode, and then we'll eventually have a chaos demon Russ at some point. At some point. You making a scenery? Well, no, this one's... I'm re-gluing this one, because unfortunately, whoever glued this together, we got some gaps. And I know tactical filth will help. But I started removing this one, and I thought to myself, I wonder if we can get this top track off, and they've whatever glue they've used, it's all coming off quite nicely. Is that wood? Listen here. Ladies, I can show you wood. All right, here we go. I printed these out as well. You know if you see tanks these days with, I think they're mostly Russian tanks, etc. Don't know, not 100% sure. They have like some logs attached to them, or to get them out of, to give them traction in swamps and I don't know, say swamps, difficult terrain. Looks like Illuminite. Yeah, it does look like Illuminite. Got that slightly yellowish tinge to it. You got the Stygies pattern of that legendary GW kit? That's Imperial. Wait, This is Imperial. It's got spikes on. Chaos Searchlight is a good band name. No way. Oh, maybe we can use this then. I thought this was Chaos. Oh, well, I trust you, dude. It's not a lack of... It's not that I don't trust you. I just thought this was Chaos because of the spikes. Okay, ladies and jelly spoons, we don't need to worry about getting any... Okay, this is official. This is an old tank. I was going to... I was planning on getting thingies off the side of it. Honestly, the svelte... It's got a nice profile. Profile, that's not the right... Under turret, I mean the circular thing. Oh, this thing? Gabba? Muzz, hello. It looks like Araldite. I am aware of what Araldite is, young man. I'm aware of what Araldite is. I've been using that stuff for decades. In fact, my mother's been using that. She used to use that when restoring antique porcelain. Use Araldite. I guess Chaos 2 because the spikes. That's a pretty sweet looking tank. I love the cannon. Well, this is the thing. This is like the Vanquisher turret. The regular Leman Russ turret is basically slightly skew. Probably maybe that long. This has got an extra bit to it. Maybe it's that long. It's got an extra bit to it. When you said it was a recast and hold on. Then it... Oh! This, sorry. Did I say wooden? I didn't mean to say wooden. This is resin. This is all resin. It's all cast. This, because look, we were looking on eBay. We were trying not to get sidetracked. Show you. We're not buying it because it's ridiculously priced. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we had a look on eBay. Of the old Demolisher turret. Oh! Oh! Suits you. Oh! 21 quid. Anyway, we're not clicking on the buy button, alright? Gonna be really, really stay away from me, foul beast. So this is the old one. The old Forge World bad boy. And the underside of it looks like this. Compared to this. So this is, yeah, it's definitely different. Yeah, I know. Terrible. But this is a reason why there's no searchlight on it. Just the color and the gradient made it. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, no, I can see that. I was like, what did I? Never going to be printed again. It's rare. No. So nice. I'm glad I have it. I genuinely thought it was a recast. The Demolisher turret looks pretty sweet as well, actually. I mean... Ooh! That's 132 quid. Jesus Christ on a bicycle. Got an extra turret. Okay, we're gonna leave our way ourselves away. Ooh, stop looking at eBay. Love of God. We're not looking at eBay anymore. eBay is gone. Think about your video card. I have thought. Yeah, I have. Yeah. Reading your Discord messages. How bizarre! That's so strange. It seems like a strange design choice. Like when when I see spikes, I usually think chaos. Well, I'm going to keep that on then. Happy days. All right. This will be our sort of old tank. Question is, do I put some sponsons on? Packaged with the Chimera as well. Well, I'm glad I purchased this years ago. This is when I think I purchased this roughly around about the time when I purchased the Gorgon off eBay as well. Sponsons. Sweet, sweet sponsons, baby. And we got all sorts. So we got to fill in this area. Now, if we were naughty boys, we would fill it with skulls or something like that. But we're not naughty. So I think we're going to get some. We're going to get some plasticard and jam it on there. I think then once we've got the tracks on, we'll jam it on there. There might be enough clearance, or we can get a smaller box. Potentially slap that bad boy on for a little bit of extra. Then maybe some tarpaulin. Hey, ba 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 ba. Oh, we got a lot of tidying up to do on this late. So let's get this bottom track off. Gonna work at it from the other angle. Not jam the knife in my eyeball. I do like the idea of maybe doing some eBay rescues as well. Not to completely... Ooh, just look at that. Not to completely steal eBay rescues stuff. Thankfully, they're in another country, though. So I have access to my own, like... Don't have to worry about... yoinking stuff that they might yoink. Maybe if we did a penal legion, just do it all off eBay. Just like get some really beat up old stuff. It's absolutely falling apart. Penal Legion, also a good band name. I don't know what kind of band name, like, what kind of music would they play? Like hardcore. And juicy metal. I have a feeling this knife is just going to go right into my... There. Oh! Got it. Ladies and jelly spoons, we got it. What's everyone up to today, folks? I hope you're all having a wonderful day and all that sort of good stuff. I don't even know why I'm doing this, truth be told. I was just hoping to fix the tracks. So I didn't have to like do too much gap filling, but we actually made more work for ourselves. Proper death metal. Never really got into death, like, listened to some metal in the past, but not massive. Massive amounts of it for me. Wouldn't really know where to start. Plus, I don't know if my ears could cope with it. Days. Don't know if my ears can cope with it. Printing Trench Crusade minis and doing some sewing. What do you... Firstly, what... Oh! Oh, no. I think I missed out on it. I think I waited... Oh, son of a bee sting. Got to go to Kickstarter really quickly. Ooh, what's that? That. I think I missed out on the one on the Kickstarter, which was slightly tempting. Found another Kickstarter. Sure. Let's quickly go here. Saved projects. Yeah, I've missed out on it. Brat. Curses. And other words as well. However, there is another Kickstarter I was looking at. This one. This one here has some good looking scenery. They've like 3D modeled it. Sorry. They've hand modeled it. And then laser scanned it. I'll say laser scan. They used what's the word? Some sort of light, variable light, something or other. The word for it. I think they say it in this. I think they say it in this listing here somewhere. But yeah, they modeled it and then they scanned this bad boy into the computer. I hit structured light, whatever that is. They've had actual miniatures and then turned it into actual printable scenery. But this is a slightly tempting one to back to get some sweet STLs. I'll put it into chat. They might have some interesting scenery for you if you're keen on scenery. Unfortunately, there was a really nice bit of which I just when I looked at it yesterday, I had 14 hours left, and I thought to myself, oh, I'll be fine. I'll wake up in the morning and it'll didn't do it. Didn't back it. Such is life. Fortunately. There we go. You're not really playing TC, just wanted a couple of the minis really badly. I completely understand that. I've got 3 warbands. No, hold on. I got the Trench Pilgrims, New Antioch, and then Westphalia, and I got the Mercenaries as well. They're not really a warband there. And then Westphalia Miniatures did a Kickstarter and called the Red Brigade, which is, I think they add on to the New Antioch, so I ended up buying them as hot stuff. But I'm not. I just like the aesthetic of it. And obviously the designer of More Time worked on that as well, so basically had. Yeah, I really like the design. French Warfare, it's like, unfortunately, it's like Deathcore of Krieg. Yeah, actual real trench warfare, I would probably be not remotely keen on. But just like just like from a standing off from a distance, not having to actually deal with it. Groovy. You got 2 of the mercs. Which ones did you go with? My 2 ones I need to finish. The Tank Hunter and this one here, in fact, like when I saw this one, he's almost finished. I've got to finish doing the scenery and his stick bit and the radio bit and a bit of shading and stuff. But Yeah, when I saw this miniature, I thought that's so cool. I had to get my hand. You were considering the red. I really like it. I'm really glad I have it. And sorry, eyeball. I'm very glad I have it. But I'm not. I think the problem was with French Crusade. It was so. I mean, it did so well. It did Kickstarter wise. It did so well. And I initially went into the Kickstarter going, "Oh, I need." Note the word need. I would like. I ended up sort of initially going with sort of 4 warbands, and the sort of like the warband, and then you get like the accessory kit and like just, and that quickly just jacked up the price. And then I thought, god, let's hold your horses, sunshine. You're going to be able to buy these things separately later anyway. Get 2, and well, get 3, I guess, if you're including the mercenaries. Blue and Code. Hello, how's it going? Happy Monday, Tuesday. What's going on? We're slowly hacking off these. These bits of track so I can rebuild it. Much like the $6 million man, although this will be the £1.50 man or something like that. Tank is almost. Hey, no. We're going. This is the one which I found. The one from yesterday is still. We will return to that today. I just wanted to remove the tracks off this because I was saying yesterday that the tank, which I can't currently find, was actually in a cupboard, had some awful gaps around here, like this top track situation. And I did manage to find it, and I was just pondering on stream, sort of. I wonder how badly they've glued this on. And I basically just jammed the knife in, and this top track just went whoop. And I thought, oh well, it would be rude not to remove all of the track at least, and then I'll do the other one off camera. I hope they flesh out the Death Core of Krieg range. Some specific vehicle upgrades on the sprue, such trench rails. Yes, trench rails would be sweet. I have seen trench rails like print out. And I may very well do that in the end. But they would be sweet. And they can spin that into Chaos versions down the line as well. Absolutely. There's always... Well, some people always say that. There's always room for more to cock. But yeah, so this is the old... thing. The Chaos Vehicle Upgrade Sprue. Which one is that? I'm trying to remember what that even looks like. The Chaos Upgrade Sprue. Is it the one with the weird sort of eye? Hacking away at this bit. We'll get this one off, and then once we've got this off, we'll go back to the other kit. Oh, I know. Yeah, no, this kit's been in. I purchased this about 15 years ago, and then swiftly put it into the storage. No, in fact, it wouldn't have been then. 2008, maybe 2009, and then it got put into storage. That's how old this is. That's why there was like a dust ball. There was like a great big fluffy dust thing. So 90s. But we like the 90s. Good decade. The rectangular... Yes. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, Lucian. Do you not like the 90s? Fluent Code? I thought you did. I mean, we like the 80s as well, don't get me wrong. We like the 80s. Struggling a little bit. I think they actually used a bit of glue on this one finally. We might be able to get away with leaving this one reattached and working from this one upwards. Maybe. Let me see if I can. We did get a little bit of room on this one. Your knife work is making. This is some high quality knife work, my friend. Years of practice. You'll hurt yourself? You don't do that here. That snaps and goes in your eye. All right. It won't snap. Get a screwdriver. I don't know if I have a screwdriver. Actually, hold on. Go. Wait. From when I was at school, I have a Swiss Army knife. Unfortunately, I lost the little pair of tweezers which was in there. Bad times. I know there's a slightly narrow one. Hey, Vivo. Call you V. Easy, I can do that. How you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. We're taking apart we're taking part an ancient kit that I purchased many moons ago. You don't have any jeweler's files? I do, but I do have jeweler's files, I promise, somewhere. You buy the tweezers as separate? No, I mean the tweezers. Tweezers used to exist. What just was this a flat? That one might have just broken off. Okay, it's fine. We can use some tactical filth to make it better. So we are going to have to rebuild this bad boy. As I said earlier, the plan is to work from the top up here and then glue everything on. And just make sure we get rid of this gap at the top. This was horrific. So when we glue it the second time around, i.e. soon, TM, hopefully it will look better. I hope. Otherwise, we just wasted an hour and 49 minutes stream. There we go. We can get back to the other one now. Barriers tools? I don't have a... I used to know a farrier. That was a while ago. My mate's dad used to do metalwork and used a grinder without eye protection. A piece flew off and stuck in his eye. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Hold on, we need... That was the worst thing about those kits, though. You could always hide them. Exactly. That's exactly what the plan is. I want to work... Because I think that person worked from the bottom upwards, and that's where the gaps are horrible at the top. So I'm going to do it the other way around, top downwards. Hopefully, resolve that situation. We got to clean off these things, then we can start attaching it. And hopefully, hopefully I can put my money where my mouth is and actually attach something. And see if what is in my brain here in reality. Muzz, how you doing, by the way? I hope you're well. Happy Tuesday to you. Bomb. Admiral Foul Beast. Whoops. Does this only come with a heavy bolter at the front? That's... Hopefully we'll find some other bits. Oh, I missed a bit of track from the left side. Left side bit of track. Side bit. Gumdrops. Just dribbled. I just dribbled. Not down my front, thankfully. I was concerned for a second. I think I overloaded the mug with coffee. Of course. Works a bit hectic. Paint colors going chalky. Oh no. Why are they going chalky? Is it the weather? What's going on? Okay, let's get cleaning these things up and then we can actually start gluing. All right. All righty. So this is the left one. Da-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. Eleni, how the devil are you? How's it going? What are you up to? How is your Tuesday looking? Hope you are well. Good, relaxing. Oh, bloody hell, relaxing. Lucky duck. No doubt, well deserved relaxing. I am suffering from the plague. No, I'm all right, thank you. I'm all right. Been what have I done today? I've done a little bit of editing. I would like to do a little bit of my website. I'm actually downloading Call of Duty again, which is interesting. I'm thinking to myself, if I download the game, it's and it's taking up all that space on my computer, then I'm going to have to use it otherwise. Fine. I'm trying to force myself into playing a computer game first time in bloody. Some lighter colours around sand, burnt orange, AKO and Pro Acryl. I think it's just the way they go at that tonal range. Lots of glaze medium seems to work, just makes it slow. Son of a... It is weird that some colours go like that. As you say, like that sort of range might be... well be the reason. Yeah, Lenny. I know. No doubt you'll be getting Black Ops 7. Have any of those games on that game whatever it was called, happened last week, over the weekend? Have they been, any of them been remotely interesting to anyone? I completely forgot it happened. I only saw these things on when I looked at Twitter yesterday, I think, or the day before, I forgot. Like people banging on about some Resident Evil thing. It does look interesting. Really? I've seen a lot of people being like, I've heard some interesting things. Heard some people say, ooh. Some people probably did say that, but some people said they have the impression that Battlefield 7 is the one that they wanted to work on, and they just forced out Battlefield 6 just as like they had to. It was very weird though, and I did see a tweet them saying something about they're not doing any promotion of Battlefield 7. I didn't read the tweet properly, fortunately. I should have gone back to read. They were like, we're not promoting it. Or promoting it more than they've already done. Seems like a weird mood, especially from like side of things. They promote, always about promoting Call of Duty. Ba-ba-bum. Well, I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to download, because I know I have the DVD of World at War, Call of Duty. I don't actually have a computer with a DVD drive on anymore, though. That's the problem. So if I can hunt down the disc, I don't think I'm going to be able to transfer it to my Steam account. Terrible. Absolutely terrible news. No, it's not attached to my. But I thought, well, I might play the original like first few Black games again. It's been so long since I played like the campaign bit as well. We're going to get my dad a Father's Day card tomorrow. He gets that for Sunday. What else am I doing tomorrow? Apparently streaming again. We won't be doing this tomorrow on stream. I don't frankly know what will be. Whiz through this. Hey Reno, how you doing today? Happy Tuesday. That is indeed my like gamer tag. Reno. Still ill. Still, bloody hell. Good dude. Are you improving at all? Yeah, but it's made a long term. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. I hope things are going to improve for you very soon. Can't be pleasant. Was it just like the cold? Did you get a cold or a flu or something? It's made the other thing. But after 2 years, so ENT. Hold on, what does ENT stand for? I thought it was ENT. I could make something up, but I don't know what it stands for. Oh, okay. I would not have guessed that. I would have not have guessed that at all. I'm glad you finally got appointment happening tomorrow. After 2 years. That is quite the. Speaking of hospital appointments, I got an appointment with my neuro geezer Wednesday, the 2nd of July, in the morning. How far away is that? So 3 weeks away. 3 weeks tomorrow. Blech. Da, 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 da. I think that's been a year and a half since I last spoke to them. Thankfully, it's just like bloody phone appointment. More of a sort of checkup. How you doing? You better? No. Getting better? No. Yeah, yeah. I want to actually have a quick look. Quick look. TV. TV schedule. I don't know. TV schedule for tonight. There was a thing on last night. I'm hoping the second episode tonight. Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I'm on. Load up website. Oh. Rat. Okay, there's something tonight on called the Gold, which is 2-part series. I'm sorry, it's a second season, second series about the Brinksmat robbery. I missed out a bit of last week's, but yesterday there was a show called Shard Lake on, based on DJ Sansom book, same name. I was wondering if there was maybe another episode of that tonight. But I'm glad that it's on. It's a good time. It's a good I really like those books. So you like they're sort of 16th century England ish. And he's a lawyer sent on missions to investigate things. They were good books. They got a TV series about it now. Anyway, so you should watch it. If you like that sort of stuff, at least. Good. Did go to London on the weekend, see how a show. Oh, anniversary. Hello there. How many years? And what show did you see? Just finished watching the Halo series because it was on Netflix. Thought it was okay. I've never played the game. I played one of the games. Actually, I might have played 2 games. The first Halo, and then some other Halo. I didn't play multiplayer Halo, which is probably, I think a lot of people played the multiplayer and enjoyed. Not sure how the story was. I'm sure people like the story as well. But because I didn't really get into Halo, I've not been massively keen on what series. But I know that how it was okay. It was tolerable. 3 years ago? 3 years, sorry. And you saw a comedy about spies. Where did you go to see it? Was it good? Congratulations. You refuse to watch the Halo show? It's shit on the lore from the games and books. Well, this is Netflix for you. This is the curse of Netflix. I don't know. It is an issue, like TV series, like reimagining it, especially when they reimagine it, like when it goes from like a game to a TV series or something. They seem to do an especially bad job. But like then again, like you know, just other books in general and things, they just change it around for no reason. Master Chef never takes his helmet off. He stole that. He stole that from Judge Dredd. He stole that from Judge Dredd. He did it in a TV series because he was a pretty boy, was he? In the TV series, is he who acts as him in the TV show? You're like, I have to show my face. The public need to know that it is me. I need them to see me. The Noel Coward. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never actually been in that one. You think the show Halo's done by Paramount? It was watchable. Hey, as long as if you enjoyed it, I'm not going to judge you for liking it or hating it for that matter. I've got absolutely nothing invested in it, so I mean, I there's plenty of stuff I hate with a burning passion. Lots of people like, so how it is. I used to hold on. Let me get my geography of that area around. I used to work. Yeah, so the Noel Coward Theatre is you can have a look. So that Noel Coward Theatre's here. Right. I used to work the Lyceum. Yeah. A dude called Pablo Schreiber. Skyrim. That's where the music's from. So I used to work at the Lyceum. Now, sometimes I used to come into work via the old Tubaroonie. Very occasionally when like or I was coming from a different direction, i.e. not my own house. Sometimes I would come in via the old tube station. However, a lot of the times it was by coming via Charing Cross, whee, up the old Strand, and then hang a left, bang, at work. Or I used to come in via bike over Waterloo Bridge to Waterloo, the IMAX, straight down the Waterloo Road, straight down here, round Elephant and Castle, risk my neck on this bloody nightmare. Straight down here to Brixton Road. Ooh! Long Brixton Road up this cursed hill. Brixton, here we go, up Brixton bloody hill. Up here. Up to St. Wreatham. I used to live around here. Back when I worked for Disney. This was quite a good bike ride, but dear God. This area was a nightmare. Have you read anything about the? Yeah, I've not read about it. I watched the first season of the show based on the Brinksmat robbery, but I've not read anything about it. Yeah, it really was horrific. But back then, so I used to either basically drive in my Subaru, like on a Saturday and Sunday when I went into work, I drove in because screw it, I want to drive my car and make a noise. But the rest of the week, I took the bike in, and I swear to God, like going down Brixton Hill, that was fine, and then there's Elephant and Castle. It was very stressful. It was very stressful around here. Biking in, my God. Ugh. Anyway, glad I don't have to do that anymore. London is just general. Sucks because my middle brother lives in basically South London. So I have to venture there occasionally. I used to drive into London from Cambridge. You'll try and get on and off the North Circular. Oh, God. I mean, I have been on the North Circular. I have driven on the North Circular. I mean, obviously, like being a South London geezer, I was more familiar with the South Circular. Did not like that. Did not like the North Circular either, for that matter. Gabba. Also, it's as busy during rush hour as is at 1 or 2 a.m. It's crazy. Well, okay, look, here's the thing, right? Let me get my geography of this bloody. Where the hell did? Getting all kind of turned around. Getting all turned around. Sort of. Where? Okay, right. In the good old days, back in the late 90s, right? I did a, like, after I did my A levels, like my school exams, I did a year's course in like makeup, special makeup effects and stuff, because I initially wanted to go into like monster making, right? So it was like up north ish, but I'd occasionally come home for a weekend, and we used to live around about here at the time, and I had a Mini. Oh, the Mini, the old Mini City E. What a beast! What a beast that was! Let me tell you. Half the time it was a flip of the coin. Would it start in the morning? Would it start in the morning, or would I have to wake my mother up and be like, "Yo, really sorry about this, but can you give my car a jump start?" She did not like that, like 5 in the morning. But hey ho, sometimes that's how it works. Anyway, so what I used to do, 5 or 6, probably 6 a.m. Drive from here over here. I'm going to get the direction. We went, I think, over here, over the river, up via. We went this direction. Yeah, we went this direction somehow. I can't remember quite how. Where we were. Where I think we went down. I went down to Battersea, and then up this way, swung around Hyde Park, and then zoomed up here, basically, up to hit the where's the A1 gone? A1? Where's the bloody A1 gone? The M1's there. A10. Anyway, we ended up on the A1, which is road. But we did South London to like the north of London very quickly. Nowadays, I would hate to do it. It would be absolutely terrible. You're on the 406 this morning. Thankfully, you managed to avoid rush. Hell yes. Glad you did. A1 near Watford. Yeah, so I used to go up. Basically, the college was in just past Peterborough. So I just zipped up the A1, and it's like I think it was like 2 hours maybe. Yeah, because I went past like Welwyn Garden City. There's a bit of the M1. God, it's been so long since I've done that. Reno. Oh! Waterloo Bridge was okay, but like a start on TDF. After the lights going in and coming home, used to cycle Earl's Court. Yeah, I was never like, I did it because I wouldn't do that now. You can see Canary Wharf from your town on a clear day. That's enough stress. I can imagine. You're in a traffic jam at 1 a.m. trying to get off at Hackney. I'm not going to say anything smutty. Tempted to say something very smutty. People got out of their cars and were walking around on the road. Gee. Why do people do that? Then 406 from Edmonton back across to Romford. Then back home up the A12. The A12, that was not a road I've been Actually, you know what? That's an absolute barefaced lie. I've been on the A12 a few times because we used to like my mum and grandparents used to like. There are a couple of places in Suffolk that they used to really like. So occasionally, I'd go with them from London, and the A12 would be the juiciest route, I think. Watford, St Albans, Hatfield. Used to cycle from Surbiton through Bushy Park and Hammersmith Bridge into London. So my dad used to live in Surbiton. Bloody hell. That's when he was restoring furniture. I don't remember exactly where the hell. Because he used to have a workshop somewhere in. Like, because he was always going to sort of Earl's Court and those sorts of places for like the big sort of furniture shows and stuff like that. He was constantly like bringing bits of restored furniture in for those shows and stuff. He was like on the west side of western part of London, at least. We also went to a rave on the side of a riverbank in Barking, one of the industrial. Bloody hell. Am I not surprised? Fluid code. What was the banger of choice? Like, what was the song? What was the tune? Absolutely guaranteed to get you bopping away. London stinks. Yeah, I'm really not. I'm glad I've lived in London. There's no way I could live there now. I just really not keen on it at all. If I sort of like living on the side of a hill or a mountain, up in Yorkshire would probably be ideal for me, I reckon. As long as there was really good internet and a postal person could deliver packages, that would be great. Voodoo People, that's an absolute banger. You know what? I have been watching a couple of I don't normally watch reaction videos. However, I was watching I did see one the other day. I can't remember who it was. They were watching. It was the dreaded watching blah 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 for the first time ever. They watched and listened to not Voodoo People actually, but they were listening to some Prodigy, and it was that did take me back. Not that I ever went to raves. There's like the flashing lights, unfortunately. I did go to clubs, but not raves. Were a bit too mental for me, or at least in my mind, they were a bit too mental. They might have been very chilled out and relaxed. I missed out. I was missold the rave thing. Back in the day at a rave, one night in Hackney or London Acid City. Yeah, see, I've got no idea. I'm not familiar with those tracks, I'm afraid. How about these days, though, Gabba? How about these days? Earl's Court Conference Centre was great. I went to possibly the last good model engine. See, I only went to the Earl's Court Exhibition Centre and Conference Centre, like with my dad when I was helping him move furniture and stuff. I didn't realise there were model things there. I would have You like to, man. Sounds like you borrowed my algorithm. There used to be a time when I did watch quite a few reaction channels. Well, not quite a few. I just like occasionally watched. Like I was in the mood to watch sort of, basically some English TV series. I managed to find like clips and stuff, and then invariably attach those clips. There'd be like some person reacting to it. I thought, see what they've got to say for themselves. Smack my bitch up. That is an absolute banger. You are old, Muzz, but it's all right. We're all old here. Right? Ish. The amount of chill was directly correlated to how many E's you dropped. Okay, well, as an epileptic, I stayed well clear of those. Drugs were... I don't know if I would have naturally gone and tried those out anyway. Who knows? Acid techno. See, the thing is, I did remember, like, a friend of mine did give me a couple of CDs worth of like acid music, and he definitely went to raves. And he gave me, I don't know if he was trying to get me, but I was listening to it, and I was like, I was very much into sort of like, I don't know, dance music, I guess, at the time. But like, I was listening to the acid music and going, I'm definitely missing something here. There's something I don't quite know what it is, but I'm definitely missing something. You may have seen it. Fan of the movie Human Traffic? You know, I've only seen that film once. You never dropped one until Leah Betts' dad came to your school? Oh, bloody hell. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh dear, oh dear. But I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. My god. That is a name I've not heard in a long time. Jesus. Okay. That one. We've got a few more bits to go. Then we can actually finally glue some plastic to more bits of... hold on. I'm gonna open up a private browser. Because I don't want this going on my search history. When was that? '95. Where 95? So I was going to school in like Stourbridge at the time. No, I know you weren't actually joking, Fluent Code. I know it's. Did he go to a bunch of schools? Private browser. Yeah, well, I don't, you know. Bloody hell. You know, I'd not actually I'd completely forgotten about her name. I was 30 years. Hold on, wait, that can't be right. That's 30 years ago. That makes me old. Young and stupid. Yeah, well, I mean, that's teenagers for you. Like, yeah, likewise, Gabba, likewise. Yeah, so I was like at 15 at that. I was 15 at that point, going to like boarding schooler, Stourbridge. But and then actually the following year, I came down to a school in London. London, hated. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. I don't really know what we're doing on stream tomorrow. I have to check. I have to check what the plan at the house is. There might not be a YouTube stream tomorrow. We might just listen to. Her dad was doing the school rounds for years afterwards. I think we're about 15. Yeah, we must be about the same age. Yeah, I don't think he ever came up to my school. I say my school, like I own the school. He didn't come to my school. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I think 95 was basically, what was I doing? I was going to the cinema every weekend, basically. Or as many weekends as I could. As I could afford, at least. And painting miniatures, and then that was it. That was all I was doing. I did the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme thing. That was good. And then that was about it, really. Hold on. Sweeney Todd said it best about London. There's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it. And its morals aren't worth what a pig can spit. It goes by the name of London. Well, that is very true. I like that one. I'm not familiar with his sayings. But I pretty much agree. I keep trying to get my brother to move out of London. Not worked yet. It was... No, I mean, it wasn't like too posh or anything. Like, it was the people there were just bastards, basically. That's what it was. The problem was Flurencade. So I moved to that school when I was 16. Those people there had been at that school since they were at least 13, and were already friends with each other. And I moved in, like I moved to the boarding house, and they were already friends, and they were just utter shits. Put it politely. Commando training. I wish I had commando training. Trust me. That would have made it tolerable. Yeah, I just really did not like that school. I preferred the previous school, which is like a it was like, I didn't quite know what they called it. It was like partly, it was sort of partly private, but also partly funded by the government. I can't quite figure out what it was called. You need to pop out quick when I get back. I want to chat a little about Trench Crusade. All right, Gabba. All right. Get some snacks while you're out, okay? Get some snacks. Gingerbread. It has indeed, Fluent Code. Problem was we weren't hitting it, and I thought, well, I'll scrap it. For this month. I will scrap it for this month and see what happens. Da, 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 da. We are got 4 of these little things left, including this one. Hopefully, be able to get somewhere very well. Like check the almost said recipe, the instructions. See, double check what we're doing is correct when it comes to gluing these little rat bags on. But thankfully, they all do say that there's a letter on the underneath of each track. This says R. This says L. So you know what track side it belongs. So hopefully you won't have too many issues when it comes to sticking it together, although, you know, it does involve actually paying attention, which is going to be an issue. Oh, you made a point. Oh, yeah. What did you do your point redeem thing for? What did you do? What was point redeem? How was your stream yesterday, by the way? I didn't manage to swing by, because the thing is, I've now moving it. I'm slowly setting up a laptop upstairs, so I can edit. Not in this room. So what I'm trying to do is spend the day in here, or a chunk of the day in here, doing mini stuff and recording, and then in the evening I can spend it in the house editing. That's the plan. So after I finish stream here, I usually like raid out, and then what I used to do is I used to leave the computer on, raid out, and leave a lurk on while I go and get some food, and then come back. But now I end up raiding, and then I basically have to turn the computer off because I'm not coming back in here until the next day. So by the time, anyway, long story, very interesting. The viewers can shout at me when I stay. Oh god, that one. That is always a good one. I used to have one of those. What I also used to have, and I really, frankly, need to bring it back. Because I know I do occasionally. I know I do that a fair amount still. And I need to bring it back. I used to have a command that basically subscribers could use. It was definitely a subscriber-only thing, or it was, yeah, the subscriber thing. Basically, it was called like exclamation mark drifting, like that. And I don't think it still exists. Come to think of it, but it used to basically play the so it did that, but it would also play noise, a sound clip from, you know, the Star Wars stay on target, that way when they're doing the death, the turret. Sorry, the turret. Oh god, the Death Star run thing. It's definitely a good thing. It's definitely a good thing because, like, when you're really into painting, doesn't really happen to me very often. And you're not really paying attention to the camera. You can. I know. I just have a habit of drifting in like this direction. There's like I have to move my seat the left of the camera. If I move too far to the right, the hair gets in the way. So I end up sort of slowly meandering in this direction. It's cutting your quietest words from time to time. Do I even have a noise gate? That's the question. I do have a noise gate. Well, I will knock it down a couple of decibels. Attack time. Hold time. Attack time seems a bit slow, truth be told. And the hold time could probably be bumped up a little. Whee! The trench scene? Yes, that was the word I was looking for, Mars. My brain was going all over the place. I couldn't focus on the right word. Attack is how quick it comes on. No, I know. No, I know. That's what I was looking at. I had it set quite low. For some reason. I don't know why. I had it set at 36 or something milliseconds, which was very slow as well. And the hold time wasn't quite as long as I normally have it on. I don't know. It was a strange setting I had up. I'm gonna have to go through it all. And the compressor. What do we got in the compressor situation? Compressor looks all right. Hold is how long before it drops? That's what she said. He's a filthy rascal. Yeah. Oof. What I would like to get, though, unfortunately, the only bad thing about this computer is it doesn't have a Bluetooth bit. Maybe it does, and I'm just forgotten about it. Anyway, it doesn't have one currently. Because I would like to get a Bluetooth headset so I can listen to some absolute bangers. I need to go through this OBS setup in general and change some things. It's not ideal. Got to start adding more points things and like bits things. Ooh. I wonder if I'll ever play Skyrim and finish it. That is my major concern in life. I really think it is impossible. I've tried so many times, Fluent Code. There are so many times I've tried to play Skyrim and complete it. I mean, unfortunately, there's one mission which just bores me to death every single time I do it, and it's like going up the mountain to the beards and doing like all that nonsense. I just find it so tedious. I hate doing it. Oh, that and there's another mission I hate, which it's the one with the dog. I find that very tedious as well. And it's just like, because they're quite early on in the game, it puts me off sort of playing it. It's rather unfortunate. But I do want to attempt it. Like a worldwide attempt. And I finish Skyrim. To be fair, if you continue to scrape off mold lines, are going to be covered in glue. That is true. That is true. Well, such is life. But the problem is, this is the entire problem, right? I'll know the mold lines are there. Unfortunately, the mold lines will still be there even if they're covered in glue, and that will bug me. So unfortunately, that is where we find ourselves. Although, actually, we find ourselves with this one being done. There are better goals in life, finishing a KDM on it. Well, yeah, we don't want to rush it, though. Just for the sake of getting it done, I couldn't think of anything worse. Myself. I'm going to get rid of all these bits off. This is the thing, which I know a lot of people are not. If you're going to I'm not going to say if you're going to paint an army. I'm going to say if I paint an army, I want to paint it and look at it later on and go, I actually like what I see. I don't want to see a bunch of quickly painted miniatures. Which is an irritation, because I know people want to see like something painted nice and quickly. Or at least I want to see it painted as best as I'm able to paint it, I should really say. Because it's quite an undertaking getting a whole load of bits of plastic up. The glue going to melt them mold lines? Maybe. Maybe not. Actually, I don't think so. I don't think so. It might be. Hold on. If I could, can I even remember how to put this rat bag together? So. They're actually proud of the. They're actually. Where's the other tank gone? Firstly, where's the other tank gone? Sorry, it's hit. Yeah, as you can see, you can still see the mold lines, right? Although it's slightly out of focus, you can still see the mold lines. Because these tracks are actually proud of the chassis. Tank treads. I was just looking at this and going, something's different on the new kit. These actually have great big round things. These have absolutely nothing. Okay, so we're gonna keep we're gonna do the right one on camera, or left one camera, like record it. Make sure the bits are. Have a look at the pictures. So we're going to do the right one. No, we're going to do the right one off camera. Like, record that one. We'll do the left one. Woo! Da-da-dun-dun. Ooh. If you fitted the big wheels and heated the treads with a hairdryer, you could roll the treads on the old one. Oh, really? Ha! I can imagine that. I can imagine that, actually. So we've got, let's get the tank. The obviously we've got the big bit on the bottom, and we got the no, whatever that bit is called, at the trailing edge. See, we haven't bit there, bugging me. Da, 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 da. We didn't get around to doing this side. I'm playing Skyrim. It was always the cursed sneaky archer. Obviously. Da, da, da. You're lying? Fair enough. I don't know. I know this is the first Leman Russ I've ever built, so I've got absolutely no idea. The only old one I have is that one there, and the only reason why, because like one of the bits of track was actually like bent at the end, and I was thinking, oh well, I wouldn't. Looks like it might bend a bit. Somewhere. Keep my eyes on the time as well. Ow. Right. I think I might have cut myself just there. Maybe. Anyway, you gave up giving Bethesda a chance. What was the last game that you played from them? I just did get the point of the blade in the end of my thumb then. Yeah, only a tiny little cut. I was just slightly concerned. Thankfully, I like to use really blunt blades. Not a major issue. So we got the left one. The pointy bit is actually at the front. Like so. Maybe. It's strange. Like, you know what that seam line is actually. Well, screw it. We've done it. We've done, you know, we've done a good job. A job worth doing is worth doing well, as far as I'm concerned. So that's the bottom bit. Then we need 3 of the little wibbly wobbly bits, and then this bit probably. We're missing one bit of track. That's fantastic. This bit at the top. 2 bits there. So we need. Where's this top bit? Oh! Make sure I've not accidentally lost one or merged it into another pile. There it is. It was sneaking around with the people on the right. You tried a demo of Jump Ship? Jump Ship. That I'm not familiar with. What sort of game would that be? So the general plan, slap this in here. Not like that. Jump Ship does not sound familiar to me. Not. You're gonna have to give me the details on that one. And I did try that one game. Star Thingamajiggle by the Bethesda. Starfield. That game did not last, ladies and jelly spoons. That did not last at all. A very strange situation. What the hell is... Okay, well, we can start with this one. We're going to start with this one. I'm going to use... Ooh, hello. Broken you? Yeah. Pretty solid. Dribbled glue all over my hand. Check out a video. I will. Did you like... I mean, did anyone actually like Starfield? I didn't get around to playing huge amounts of it. Because... I can't remember why. I tell you, I think I didn't get around to playing much of it because it wasn't Call of Duty. That was, I think, probably the only reason why I didn't play much of Starfield. When did I even play it last? September the 3rd, 2023. No way. No. Yeah, I was playing a lot of Call of Duty then, so that would be that was my reason. And I'm sticking to it. Hey, we got a bit of track on, ladies and jelly spoons. Things are finally progressing. You loved it, just not quite complete. I really wanted to like it. And I think... I mean, how is it these days? I mean, it is a year and a half onwards since then, or whatever, more than a year and a half. I wanted to like it, genuinely, because like it seemed like something I could quite easily spend a lot of time on. But I just didn't quite mesh with it. Maybe I need to give it another go at some point. Maybe I need to give it another go. Oop, all right, that's back to front, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh, I see. Okie dokie. I think I was using the wrong bit. And just trying to jam it in there. Need to make sure I've got another bit which goes up in here. Okay, alright. Oh, it's flipping Nora. Okay. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. You know, that's one thing I don't like about these nozzles. Like, I do like the nozzle action. It's very messy. It was so funny watching you play 7 Days to Die. I love playing 7 Days to Die. I have managed to get a couple of games in this year of it. Literally a couple. For 30 minutes each. I would certainly like to play more of it. Unfortunately, time, as always, is the issue. Time is always the issue. What the? We've lost a bit again, or have I just misplaced it? Yeah. Okay. Seven Days to Die is about to come out with a new like version as well. Calling it, what are they calling it? They're calling it Storms Brewing. Storms Brewing, not Snow anything. Yeah, it's called Storms Brewing. So they are coming out with a new like version 2.0. Basically next weekend, as far as I can tell, is like dev stream, and then like end of the month, the general release. If we ever hit the sub goal, then potentially we can play 7 Days to Die again. But did you ever play the Rogue Trader game? I did not play the Rogue Trader game. I'm just wondering if I actually own it though. I have a lot of the Warhammer games. I did not have Rogue Trader. I know people were liking it though. Unless there's another Rogue Trader game. I'm just not familiar. It's on my wish list. I just never got around to acquiring it. You still need to get that, Lucian. Get it. Treat yourself. There's also a Dark Heresy coming out. The RPG was awesome. I just caught the trailer for the Expanse game by the same developer. Oh, and it looked pretty promising. I mean, listen. Battlefield 2042 looked promising as well. It looked promising. That's all I'm going to say. There's the Inquisition third-person game. This is more of a strategy game. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to get back into these first-person shooters because those are the game I sort of grew up. Apparently, playing those games. But then again, I did play a lot of sort of. I tried playing Civ, like Civilization. I'm just not good at those games. Those sorts of games are just terrible. Absolute. I mean, I'm terrible at them, I should say, to clarify. Rather than they're terrible games. I wanted to be good at them, but it was just never going to happen. Woo. I'm like I see that you the right bit. There you are now. Jammed in there. Rogue Trader at least had the aesthetics. At least by aesthetic looks more like that Grey Knights game that came out. 386 DX. Well, I only remember the 486 DX2 with the turbo button, because the turbo button made all the difference as far as I can remember. Like I pressed that button. I had no idea what it did. I don't think it did anything. Muzz. I could be mistaken. Maybe the button was where the magic happened. Jam you it. Make sure it still says L on it. Psh. Oh, Betty. I still remember at school, one of the lads brought in Starship Rebel Assault. Let me tell you something. That game Trash. The game was so bad. It was like a DVD, CD, like FMV kind of game, I think, almost. It was just really bad. Dave, what's up? How you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. Woo! You get that noise as well. You still have your Voodoo 3 graphics card in the bin somewhere? Yeah, like I don't know what our first graphics card was. I don't think it was a Voodoo bad boy. I genuinely can't remember, unfortunately. It's just very sad. It was like 1996. I'm gonna have to Google and see what sort of things are out. Then maybe the name might jump out at me. Do you remember the old XCOM? I do remember the old XCOM games. Yeah. Very much so. I was also bad at them. I mean, the game I played basically 4 games at school. Doom 1 and... No. Doom... I'm going to put Doom 1 and 2 together in the same bin. Sorry. Wolfenstein 3D, TIE Fighter, and X-Wing. Not X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, the 2 separate games. TIE Fighter and X-Wing. They're going in the same bin as well. And then Syndicate. I loved Syndicate so much. Like, Syndicate was so good. UFO back in the day. I mean, I remember, like, the game that got me into bloody... So before, like, at the boarding school I was at, like, they had a computer room with the 2 486s in. And I think some other old beast. That was there for a year, and then they sort of moved rooms. They sort of upgraded the computers to a couple of Pentium bad boys. And in the initial computer room, that's where I learnt. That's where I got the love of Elite. You remember 286SX? And you had a Spectrum. Bloody hell. An old timer in here, folks. Yeah, no, our very first computer in our actual family was a Pentium 100. A Pentium 120 megahertz. Syndicate Wars? Yeah. I think I have which one do I have? They re-released. Was it called Syndicate Wars they brought out? Where is it gone? Did they not bring out some other version of, like, a more modern version of Syndicate? No. The third person, like the isometric view with the Mesmetron? Gabba, how dare you? How dare you? How you doing, dude? TIE Fighter was... I love TIE Fighter. The minigun, yeah. I did say Elite. Yeah, I did say Elite. The shoot... Yeah, so I'm... Hold on. I don't know. They re-released... They came out with another version of Syndicate, and I've completely forgotten what they called it. Syndicate. I tried it. I'm just not massive... I didn't massively get into it. Yet another game I couldn't quite get into. The hell is going on with my computer? I remember playing Dark Forces. Oh, bloody hell. I remember playing Dark Forces as well. I remember also playing Thief. Badly. I didn't play much of that one. Hexen. Probably Hexen 2 as well. And Quake. Dark Forces was awesome. Where the hell is this Syndicate game? Hold on. I'm not letting this one go. I'm not sleeping on this one. Syndicate remake? You can't work out Roffle? Is it bad? I'm okay if it is. So I have Syndicate. I think on GOG, I have Syndicate. Oh, Satellite Rain. I think that's what the game was called. Why am I looking at OBS? Clicked on the wrong button. Satellite Rain was like the remake, which I do have. I've got last played in 2017. Jeez. Yeah, so that Fluent Code Elite, I loved Elite. It was fantastic. I liked specifically what I liked in Elite was the trading, which I really enjoyed, but I don't like. It was a bit of a struggle. And then later on down the line, like when was it, 2015 or something like that, I was thinking to myself, or even earlier, in fact, after 2010. I was thinking to myself, I really liked Elite. Is there anything else out there these days that is similar-ish? So I looked at X4 or X3 and then X4 whenever they came out. They didn't have it. And then I found EVE Online. And that was the whole thing. They did that, and then they came out with Elite on Kickstarter, which I dove on like I'd dive on a pizza right now. Where are we? We need a couple of wibbly wobbly bits at the front. Have I played Dangerous? Well, Elite Dangerous. I own Elite Dangerous. And I've not played it nearly as much as I should have. It's terrible. Very naughty. Apparently you need time. Time and one of those other things that I don't have. Chocolate Rain? Wait, what? I don't even know what you're talking about there. Age comes to all us. I know. It's terrible. It does indeed. Ooh. Irony come for us all. Smash some glue in there. Badger is both dangerous. I am both dangerous and elite. Yes, that is absolute facts. Thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment. Bloody pigeon. I mean, seagull. Pigeon. Jeez. Do get pigeons around here, but it's mostly the seagulls going absolutely mental all the time. Get in there, sunshine. All right, it's going to jam this bad boy in. All right. Okay. Goody gumdrops. Compared to this one, we've done slightly better. So I'm happy. And okay, fine. I do agree that the majority of the seam lines are hidden. However, I can see like where a few of them are on these angles, on these angled bits. So I do agree that probably knobbling half at like on the flat bits you could probably skip, but these angled ones I can see, and yeah, the few angled bits I have missed. So in future, I will not do the side ones, but I will do the angled ones. All right. The new one doesn't have dust. Yeah, this one hasn't been in. I can't believe I just yeeted those bits of track off of the desk. This one hasn't been in storage for 15 years. Can't believe I did that. Completely forgot I had stuff. I got a bit on the floor somewhere. The dust adds, it really does. They've been in like What are those, you know, those military surplus places? I'm thinking of, like, was it the one in, is it Nevada? There's like herds and herds of aeroplanes just like waiting to be used. What about Command and Conquer? Absolutely. Absolutely. Command and Conquer, now which ones did I play? Because I did stop playing. Hold on. We're going to go and have a look at Command and Conquer before I have to record gluing all of that bit. I'm going to have a quick butchers at Command and Conquer. I can't remember the order that they came out in, truth be told. I got the first one. Whatever the one that was. And I know I had Command and Conquer Red Alert. That was very cool. I just don't know which one was which. Like, there are a bunch of them I definitely didn't have. Like, I got all of them up to Tiberian Sun, I think. Sounds right. Didn't get the Generals one. Yeah, I don't know. I think Tiberian 64 was the best version of CNC. One could do with a wash. One is going to get a wash, don't worry. I'm going to hose it down. I'm not going to cover it in hose, by the way. I'm not trying to say that. I'm going to hose it down with stuff, water. CNC on PC was so good. It was very groovy. I'm just trying to remember the... Hold on. Where's the bloody... What I would like is like a Wikipedia. There we go. We never had a PC that could game at home, so I was always playing at friends. Yeah, like once we got the PC at home, then it was a major. Then I got all of the games for a while at least. And then I got a game called Ghost Recon, which was amazing. Love that. I got Command and Conquer and Covert Operations. That was like an add-on. Then I got Red Alert. We got all the Red Alert ones. Soul Survivor I'm not familiar with, but Tiberian Sun in 1999. So I basically got all the Command and Conquers except for Soul Survivor, and then in 97, and then Tiberian Sun in 99. And that was the last one I purchased. Yeah, that was the last one I had. Old school Rainbow Six. I used to love that. Like, and the old school Rainbow Six. You had it. You had Inkata? We also had Inkata. Oh, what a time to be alive that was. Great times. Rainbow Six. I'm gonna get the names wrong. I'm just going to Google it, because otherwise I'm going to get the name wrong. And helps if I can type. I know I had Vegas. Here we go. Our Wikipedia came on CDs. It really did, Fluent Code. Yeah. So I got Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, Urban Operations. I'm just looking at the pictures because I can't really... The names I'm not familiar with. Yeah, I got Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, Urban Operations, I think, and then Blackthorn. And then we got Raven Shield, Athena Sword, Black Arrow. No, I didn't get that one. Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2. Those were fun. But I did play Ghost Recon, which was like the first game I actually there was a sort of, I can't remember what the bloody thing was. I keep trying to remember. I think it was like on the... It was a sort of... I don't know, a gaming network kind of like in the UK on using the internet at the time. And that was like the first clan thing I joined. And that was playing some online Ghost Recon, which was very cool with these random people. You still got the original CDs for CNC? Well, I think the issue is I don't have a CD player or like a DVD drive to attach to the computer. That's the problem. Even if I find my old games, I'm gonna have to buy a DVD drive. Hold on, I need to pick up. Worry about that later. Yeah, so Ghost Recon was very old. That was a lot of fun, though. Might have to get that again. It might be it's probably absolutely terrible now. It came out in 2001, though. I'm gonna have to neck my coffee if I finish my coffee. No, not yet. Then I'm going to change the scene and glue all these bad boys on. Just while I record it, just so I have hashtag footage. Hashtag. And what the hell am I going to eat tonight? I'm absolutely starving. I started saying hashtag, and then I was just thinking of mashed potatoes. You like Rainbow Six Vegas? Your brother and I played a terrorist hunt mode for a million hours. It was so cool because it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Do I have one of them on my Steam? Because I know I got Rainbow Six Siege when that came out, but the problem was, I at the time that came out, I wasn't really in like a clan anymore or anything like that. So I basically had no one to play the game with, which sucked. Yeah, it was very sad times indeed. Can't seem to find it on my. I think I have the DVD for it. I think I still have the DVD, but no DVD drive. So I just need to locate the disc if I can. I'm gonna do one thing. Ooh. I just want to check something. Fire on that for the moment. Hey Toby, what's going on? Happy Tuesday to you. What the devil are you up to? You actually set up a network when you're at uni in the rented house using a coax cable? Doom parties were a thing. I mean, we didn't have Doom, like, I only played Doom against people at school. Like on the like the house network. That was against like 2 or 3 other people. Seem to remember. I didn't really do LAN parties, unfortunately. I would have liked. I know they. What's it called? Insomnia. Okay. All right. That's still going. Insomnia. The gaming festival at the NEC. You had tournaments? Oh, bloody hell. If I'd known that, I would have tried to get in. Welcome back, Fat Man's Kitchen. Hopefully it went well. Getting ready to paint. What are you painting today, Toby? Going Fat Man's Kitchen. It's going at the speed of a startled slug, thankfully. Been talking about all sorts. Currently talking about when games were proper. When games were proper. And how they're not proper these days. Illidan? How badly have I butchered that name from Warcraft? Name sounds familiar, unfortunately. Unfortunately, having to Google it. You might note it. Warcraft is not my speciality. Like I played Warcraft. Which one was it? 2 or the first one? Humans versus Orcs. I get confused which one was which. That was a lot of fun. Demon Hunter. That was correct. I like the idea of a Demon Hunter. I'm a big fan of the Demon Hunters. Big blind Nelf. That still doesn't mean anything to me, though. Fluent code, unfortunately. I think this is after you'd left already. It was in a new building. Oh, I was in the new building. Wait, hold on. Which new building? The one on Boulevard of Allies? I remember when they added him to WoW. That was such a big deal. Night Elf. Oh, okay. Look at my deep knowledge. A Nelf is a Night Elf. How did I not know that? Stupidity. Stupidity. No. It's all right. It's all right, dude. Like, I remember we started at the old building and then moved over and no, I kind of like the old one. I kind of like the old building from what I remember of it. And he had a bandana over his eyes. Well, surely that's not going to help. You remember the Mr. T and Ozzy Osbourne WoW TV ads? Do I? You know, I probably might remember the adverts, but like WoW was never really a thing for me because I wasn't massively keen on the style, Blizzard style of stuff, like their artwork. It kind of, I don't know what it was. I just didn't. It didn't get me. You know what I mean? We talk about the old building a lot. It was special. Yeah, I mean, I still remember like going down and to do the in like the first semester, the getting taught how to use the circular saw, getting shown how to use it, and remember we had a long line of people cutting a thing, and then someone had acrylic nails. And there was an incident. What? You're a night elf mohawk? Wait, what? I don't make them mini though. But love to see them come to life. Oh hell yeah! I wish I could like illustrate things. I couldn't illustrate anything. It's terrible. Illustrate and paint is just work of the devil. It was very cartoony, yeah. I mean, I just don't know what it is about, like, Blizzard style in general. It's just a really itchy nose. I can't figure it out. I'm sure there's a proper reason for why I don't like it, but I can't figure it out. Anyway. Oh god, I might play Descent as well. I've completely forgotten about Descent. Did they ever re-release that or like redo that? Oh god, and there was that. I finally remember the name of that game, and I've forgotten it again. There was a game where you were in space, and you could move like you know, turn around 360 degrees, but also because you're in space and no gravity, also go like that as well. Like in all directions. and you could shoot people in from all over the place. Unfortunately, that game did not last. I wish I knew why. I've completely forgotten the name of it. I remembered it the other week after years of trying to remember. I remembered it the other week and got really happy, and then I found out that it doesn't exist anymore. And now I've forgotten the name of the bloody game again. PC. Those PC, because I can show you a bit of footage from. Hold on, let me see if I can find. I got to go to YouTube. I've got to go to YouTube, and I've got to go to on EVE Online. Hell, there was a bit of footage they used from the game. Rooks and Kings. Utter rascals. Stuff. Clarion Call? 10 years ago. Here we go. I just want to find a bit of footage from it. Played it since, hold on, since the beginning and still do. Ah, well, see, this is the thing. Like, some games just get you, and then you just enjoy the hell out of them for ages. Ozzy was something to do with being the Prince of Darkness. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Not Weebs on. Weebs Online. I've no idea what that is. I'm afraid I do not know such things. So I'm going to show you. Oh God. Hopefully. Going to work. So this is some footage from it. Please be all PG. This is just some footage from the actual first person, this space game. This bit right now. Boink. It's not the same. Whee! Hell was this bloody game called? All right, I'm gonna. Oh, it's a wormhole. All right. Let's get away. I'm gonna, before I get completely sidetracked and get back into EVE Online. What was that video called? Anyway, suffice to say, I don't think that game is like available anymore. I think I looked briefly, and it seems to be like some random people have a server for it, but got to download a whole bunch of stuff. No, I don't think they've been in EVE Online for quite a while now. I think I was trying to remember when they sort of left, or when I don't know. It's been quite a while though. I tried Dust 514. That did not take off well. Just cleaned off the correct size one. You're printing a big one now. Hold on. So Trench Crusade, got any files? I do have files, yes. I do indeed. I've got two war bands. I got New Antioch and something else. How's it called? What's up, Zany? You do see Russ parts. Yes, you do indeed. Promise. I'm just not getting sidetracked at the moment because I've just remembered a computer game. And I'm trying to remember what the hell it was called. And I can't remember. I'm going to get... No, I'm going to stop looking. Otherwise, I'm going to get completely sidetracked. How you doing, Zany? What's going on? We are actually going to be gluing, which is... I've got to change the scene very imminently. But look, we've done this. We found the old Vanquisher, Forge World Vanquisher turret of Doom. And the old thing, the dusty one. So stuff has actually happened. Sidetracked me? Never? Absolutely not. It's terrible. Nothing but... The Observer. This one right here, Gabba. When the Kickstarter, the first Kickstarter before Trench Crusade came out, this was part of the initial one. I missed out on this Kickstarter. Like, I saw it and I was like, I don't know if I'm... I ummed and ahed too long and missed out. And when Trench Crusade came out properly, I jumped on it like a saucy beast. You want him? Of course you do, you filthy rascal. He's a good miniature. What do you want to do with him? I just need to finish painting off this. Please don't break. Still in one piece? I have a feeling something just broke off. Yeah, his little antenna. His little antenna. We need to glue that bit on again. Especially ever since Red Brigade is probably the faction I'll buy. Red Brigade, really, I saw that and thought, well, I've got to get that. That's saucy. Hello, Mr. Krakow. How you doing? This message from our sponsor, Thorgrim and Son and Sam, etc. Absolutely. What sort of dwarves are you into? You like the old world dwarves? Proper dwarves. You want to paint him amethyst purple? Well, Gabba, I think we can have a chat. I really do like this mini. I think whoever designed this particular one did a cracking job. Can't believe it. Unfortunately, that was using the old mix of resin, not the newer one. At least that's my excuse. I think it would have probably broken as well. Truth be told. You paint mainly old world dwarves? What is your favorite blend? Like, what is your favorite blend of old world dwarves and why is it Long Drong Slayers? That's my question to you. That's my question to you. Like, I was never really massively into, like, the dwarf faction. However, Long Drong Slayers, abso-bloody-lutely. Pirate dwarves, perfect. What could be better? Amethyst purple. You should do that. We can have a chat, Gabba, though. Get something organized. Pirate dwarves and STI. I have... I've got some 3D printed dwarves. Pirate dwarves. From Highland Miniatures. As you know, I do merchant license for them. So I did basically and we do have dwarves as well to paint. But once I saw they had Highland Miniatures did pirate dwarves, I thought, ooh, I'm gonna have to get some of these bad boys printed out. Banner bearer. And what else we got? Yeah. No, that's all PG. She's got LDSP are available. You know what STLs can be digitally manipulated for cheeky conversions too. I tell you what, I think out of all those, like the Dogs of War, those are probably one of my favorite ones. What are your favorite? Why's the music stop? Oh, it's coming up to 8. That's why. What are your favorite? Dogs of War. War bands, whatever, regiments. Long Drongs, what a name. It's so good. It's so good. I think that's part of the reason. I'm very infantile when I say. I'm vaguely looking for this antenna which just pinged off into somewhere. I'm going to find it in 10 years' time if I'm lucky. You can just replace it with a bit of wire. Pitchy Hwitchy? Yeah. I think the Seraphon have some great names. The lizard men, they have some great names. Right, I was going to quickly figure out which bits go where. Here are hold on. Okay. Tic-tac-toe. All right. Okay. Oh, hello, Betty. You're the wrong one. Okay. So you go up there. There, sunshine. We got 3 at the back. Down at the bottom. Mengel's Manflayers. Nice. The Dawn of War. Book was such a letdown. The old regiments did dirty. I do get confused with some of the regiments, like the old regiments of renown and the Dogs of War. I get a bit confused with some of like which ones were which, like who belonged in what, like which were the more modern ones. I think is what I'm trying to say. Okay, there. We need one for there. And then we're missing. No. Back. Scarlock's Wood Elf Archers. See, that one isn't. I'm not so familiar with. Ugh. Hold on. Scarlock's. See, this is the problem. Back in the good old days, I never really got into Warhammer Fantasy. I was more sort of, well, in the good old days, like Space Crusade and Space Hulk got me in. And then 2nd edition Warhammer 40k. So Warhammer Fantasy didn't really sort of keep an eye on. Boo, I know. And unfortunately, my memory... I certainly appreciate a lot of stuff from back then, now. But my knowledge is not as good as it should. I feel very bad about it, obviously. Big fan of Lumpenkreup's Halflings. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They tried to revive Regiments of Renown a few times, even... Really? The Fighting Cocks? Yes. That's because you're a heretic. Not a heretic. During the week. Scarlock's Wood Elf Archers. There they are. This is the problem, like they're elves, you see. I think this is the problem. This is the problem. They're elfy. You love a fighting cock? Love a good cockfight? I hear that. Your second White Dwarf issue had the OG Halfling Hot Pot and the Empire War Wagon. That great big hunk of metal. That came to they re-release, made to order recently, didn't it? Completely. I wanted it, but it was kind of pricey, wasn't it? I'd been mistaken. What's the word I'm looking for? Hold on. Where's the words? Oh, bloody hell. Dogs of War. You would have thought, like, dogs. I just typed in Dogs of Water. Gee. Oh, dear, oh dear. What is wrong? You would have thought, like, along with more time, GW would, like, hit the print money button for a ridiculous amount of bastards. Oh, wait, hold on. For a ridiculous amount, the bastards. Yeah, I know. That's the problem, isn't it? Well, I'm really struggling with reading and speaking English today, as per usual. The Al-Qatani Fellowship. They're the Spiky Boys. The Horsey Boys. Anaconda's Amazons. Asarnil the Dragon Lord. I'll tell you what though, like I would definitely paint that one up. That's fantastic. Oh, Borgio, the Besieger with a cannonball mace was amazing. Yeah. Hold on. Listen, I can say that word. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. I promise I can say that word. Yeah, it did come out for made to order, but when the Empire thing came out, like a couple of, half a year ago, whatever it was. The Birdmen of Katraz, I was never in. These ones were too static for me. They all just looked a bit weird. That'll be 50 bastards. Look, there's Borgio the Besieger. Beast. I need to get my hands on that one. He would make a sweet lord for the old empire. Braganza's Besiegers. Oh, the Galloper guns? I remember them. The Cursed Company. These, I never liked these. The Giants of Albion. They were not good. They were not good. Sorry. That Scorpion, Green Dragon, yeah, Gabba. Like, I'm not massively into sort of, but I would get that one. Hypothetically. Working on a base. Sorry, Zany Bros, working on a base for my one-off Night Lord model. Just sent it in. Oh, okay. Do you know how much? Do I know how to make a base look good? What do we got? What is that material there? What am I looking at? That's cork. I couldn't. The angle. The first angle, I was like, is that cork or is it? You got a poor Death Core of Krieger. Chappy. Looking good? Yeah, no, it's I see that. So what are you trying to work on exactly? I mean, it's looking pretty bloody good to me. The only bad thing about all these were that either poo or horrendously broken. Yeah, like honestly, the Giants of Albion. Unfortunately, the models just did absolute like. I wanted to like them, but I just look weird. Gazet Khan. I forgot about him. My boy. My boy! I've got him somewhere. I need to find him again. Johan. Your Krieg love to die for the Emperor. God bless him. Just make it look gory and Night Lordy. Okay, well, we can have a little chat about that. We just want to have a quick scroll through this. Leopold's Leopard Company. Very snazzy. I like them. Lorenzo Lupo. Sculpted on nipples. Always a good time. Very important. There's old Belladonna. That horse. Ah! Long Drong Slayers Pirates. And there's your Fighting Cocks. Marco Colombo. What was the deal with him? Because was he a special edition or something? I can't... Was there something special about this one? Love that she's sitting side saddle. Yeah. No, I always like this mini. I wish I'd purchased her. Marco Colombo is the newest one of the lot. You always love the sculpted nipples, as you should do. Sculpted nipples are very important. The special payment, I think he was. It was a Games Day model, was that it? Made in sweet, sweet fine cast. The Marksman of Mirigliano. There are the Man Flayers. There's Midas the Mean. Lost Legion. The Dragon Company. Oh, you can slap them into most... into the old world. It's weird that they've added this into the old world. The Dragon Company. Why can't we have any of these other saucy ones? Seriously. Ooh. Tuxotes Hellmounts? What the devil? I've never seen this one. Okay, so they got a Demon Prince and a horse and smashed it together. The conversion, okay. I've never seen that miniature before. Wilhelm? Oh! What a beast. Did you throw up a little when you type Finecast out of every hole? Yeah, I've not seen that. Because you think they need to refresh the licensing. God. Yeah, these two, this and Johan. I got them for more time, obviously. Right. My face. Okay. So, Blood and Guts. So I have an itchy nose. I do apologize. I have done some Blood and Guts on my World Eaters, as you can see. So this is for Zany Bros over on YouTube. They're asking. They have a base. They've taken a picture and put it into Discord, which is a perfect segue into me to smashing the Discord button on my thingamajiggle over there. So I have done a bit of Blood and Guts. It's not my specialty, honestly. It's like I've kind of avoided it for the longest time because I wasn't massively keen on it, truth be told. But it's growing on me. However, well, I'm going to tell you. Well, first of all, what I did was... So first of all, I painted on... I used... Hold on. I want to get rid of this minute. Let me get a couple of... Ah! So basically got a couple of contrast paints. And gave them a damn good shake. And then depending on the ratio, I think I did roughly about 3 bits of this to 1 bit of this. And then thin that down with some some more technical juice. And I smashed that on to begin with. And then I added a bit more of this to make it even darker, like older blood. That was the initial layer. Then I did Blood for the Blood God, the other technical paint, which is just like shiny goop. Then I use this stuff over the top of it, because this is matte, this is shiny. Shinier, zany bros. Which I'd never used before. Sorry, Fluent Code. Can I get that in time before? I also desire a lovely climax. Thank you very much, Fluent Code. Have a good one, dude. Thank you very much. Stay out of trouble. You got the special valet auto mod, you slut. Yes. Auto mod is. I know. Constantly getting in the way of good climax. So yeah. This is how I started off with. And I brushed it on in broad sort of strokes. With that, and then I used this on a brush. The brush was, I made sure it was like kind of basically wet, and then I dumped it in there, and then this is a kind of a practice thing you might want to. I basically blasted it with the airbrush. So once this was loaded up with some blood for the blood god, I went like that, and that did a splat blood. Depending on how wet you have the brush, depends on like how the splat looks. And that's really a thing you're going to have to practice. I practiced a few times, like against a kitchen tile, just to see how wet the brush was and like how loaded up, the different sort of effects you might get. But that's how you do the blood splats, so to speak. And then I used this stuff. Dirty Down Gore. Now, I know a lot of people use Yoo-hoo and then paint the Yoo-hoo red or mix some red ink into the Yoo-hoo. I just use this. It does stink. So you ideally make sure you have a window open. That's my YouTube bit of health and safety advice. Done. You got no contrast paints? That's all right. I mean, it's some dark red and mixing in a little bit of brown. I wouldn't worry about it. You'll get the same effect. The art of flicking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the airbrush helped. Or what I have seen other people do is basically get the wet brush and just, or use a toothpick. I've seen people use. Just kind of go. They don't have to make that noise. I like to make the noise because I think it helps. They just go whoop like that, and it just sort of splats. So the airbrush isn't needed. I just enjoy doing it like. For me, I stipple a brownie red on first, and then blast them. Yeah, exactly. Basically, what Gab was saying as well. Just stipple on a mix of. What do you use? Corn red with a tiny bit of brown in. At least that's what I would do. Toothbrush. Yeah, exactly. An old one, of course, yeah. Or just, or just your normal toothbrush, and then you go and, you know, makes you look like you've. The thing is with this stuff, it is very. You've got to get it quite close to the miniature. And then it goes into strands. Like, it does. So you've got to attach it to the thing really quickly and then drag it where you want it to go. And it does do the thing. Like, you will need some practice with it. It is really good stuff. Like, it does give I think it's good stuff, and it will give you an effect, but it does dry quite quickly. So you kind of get it going where you want to go ASAP. That will need a bit of practice as well, but well worth it. Yeah. So this is blood. This is Dirty Down Gore. I know they do other stuff called not. So they do, hold on. They do Dirty Down Gore, which is this. They do Dirty Down Snot as well. They also do the Moss Effect, Rust, and Verdigris. And they've also got a Yellow Rust as well. They do a couple of other sort of effect things. Yeah, the price tag is a bit of an issue. So if the price tag is an ish, and I don't blame you, because it is like a tenner, basically, for a small pot of paint, I would recommend Yoo-Hoo, the glue. And as I said earlier, I know some people drop in a little bit of transparent red ink into the Yoo-Hoo and mix it up and then do basically like smear it all over places, or stretch the Yoo-Hoo where you want it to go and then paint the, once it's sort of dried or whatever it does, sort of paint it carefully. $20 with shipping, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is pricey. If you can get it locally, then I'd give it a shot. I was umming and ahhing about it for a while, truth be told, because of the price. I'm glad I did go for it in the end. But gore effects are not something I use very often, which is why I was like umming and ahhing about it. Yeah, no, exactly. I completely understand the Yoo-Hoo method. I've seen it's well worth a shot as well, because you can also use the clear Yoo-Hoo as like slobber or snot, I suppose, if you're really desperate to. But that's what I'd say to you, Zany. I think what I'm going to do is Yoo-Hoo. It does look messy. It's been so long since I've used Yoo-Hoo, though. It's been so long. I can't even remember the last time I used it. I don't want to say school because that was a while ago. My pleasure, Zany. My pleasure. I'd love to see what you end up, how you end up. Please, put a pic into Discord when you've had a go at it. I'd love to see what you do. What's up, First? How you doing, you saucy rascal? How the devil are you? I broke a bit of a miniature. I'm not trying to find it while streaming. Tiny little bit of an aerial just went. I am just about to change the scene though. I'm about to record a smidgen. There we go. We're gonna glue a bit of miniature together. Oh, suit you, sir. Will do. We'll also send a Death Guard project. Hell yes. We will eventually get to Death Guard on this channel. I am still here, by the way. I'm just recording this a little bit. It is also 8:10. Dun dun dun. So here we go. The old track. Let's get this bad boy. Start from the top. I'm just going to bring this one on just because, like, if we turn this into a YouTube video, I'd just like to show that there is quite a horrible gap. This was attached last. So that's why we're going to work for top down. On it first, what are you up to, young man? How has your day been? Did you manage to get any of the old-fashioned relaxing done? That is my question to you. Woo! And we want test fit it. So okay. So I am recording this because the plan is to maybe make a YouTube video or a little bit of a YouTube video. Basically, the plan is just to have some footage that I can use in a video at some point if I need it. Whee! So, slap this bad boy in there. Oh. Oh. Suit you, sir. What are we all doing this evening, folks? I hope we're all going to have a smashing evening, whatever it is. I've got a hot evening of editing. I've got a hot evening of editing ahead of me. Oh. Wait. Hold on. I'm utterly confused. Wait. Gone back to front there. I got back to front. All kinds of back. Oops. So just smash that in there. And we're going to do this bit down here. Alrighty. Music stuff. That's hopefully that. We get a nice toy like a toiger. Less of a gap going on, which is what we really wanted. I'm goofy. Do this back end. Shouldn't be listening to this music. Making me want to play Skyrim again. Ah! What are we eating for food tonight, folks? I'm absolutely starving. Absolutely ravenous right now. Just nail the pizza. Oh, God, you filthy rascal. Oh, why would you say that? Tell me about the pizza. On and first. Tell me about the pizza. Make... Oh. What's going on here? Something's gone wonky. Something went very wonky just on that bit there. I don't quite know what happened. It all went Pete Tong, that's for sure. All right. What pizza do you have? Tell me about it. I would absolutely murder. Pizza was in front of me right now. Tell you something for free. It would not be there for long. That is for sure. Okay. Smash this bit in. Did. Gumdrops, and then... Okay. You gonna work for me? You gonna work for me? Dun 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 dun. Please, just a little bit. Sweet baby. Eat that, Emperor's children. Get wrecked. Absolute hanky perfection. There we go. Happy days. So yeah, that's that. Then we can stick on a variety. I don't know if we're going to do sponsons, but otherwise you could certainly slap on these sorts of things all over those. Very tempting. Slap some of those bad boys on, or some random They're a bit too wide. But some other printed bad boys like that go quite nicely. Add a little bit of woo, a little bit of something, a little bit of Monica. This is the new one. The old one, we found the old one. The old one, as we noticed, had these great big wheelie bits. We're slowly taking this one apart, in fact. Because that had the old big bad boy turret of Doom on. Which we almost didn't use, but we are actually using it now. We are actually using this bad boy. So we will see, like, over the weekend, we're not going to be building tanks tomorrow, because I know it's... Well, I say that. The boring bit is done. Honestly, like what I was doing was probably not. It was very unthrilling, but the boring bit is done. Maybe we will build a tank tomorrow. Maybe we will build a tank tomorrow and get the rascal finished, or vaguely finished. Because then I have to build another 2 off camera. So then we have 4 Leman Russes. Then we have to do the Rogel Dawn and other bits and pieces. Be out here nailing pizzas, I know. Absolute filth merchants. I'm so envious. I would love a pizza. It'd be so good. It'd be so good. Imagine. Delicious. Delicious pizza. Then a Baneblade Shadow Sword. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean... There is a girthy goal above my face. I got to double check the listing we're actually working towards. Of which one were we? Was it Cadia question mark? Hold on, before we let's have a look. So this is Cadian Command Squad with the Rogel Dawn Commander, 40 Geezers, double Field Ordnance Battery, Kazakin. Leman Russ, Double Exterminator, Leman Russ, Vanquisher, and the Valkyrie. That's not the list. Was it this bad boy, Cadia Tanks? Yes. So this one had the Leman Russ commander, Leman Russ, 30 Geezers, Heavy Weapons Squad ×3, and the Field Ordnance Battery. 10 Kazakin. Leman Russ, Leman Russ, Exterminator, Vanquisher, Stormlord. Big, massive army on parade, but there's a problem. Oh, really? Yes. Where did you see this? Where did you see this print? On a big army army on parade piece. Bloody hell. One day we'll do that. Speak a sentence in English and get it out all in one go. But that day is not today. I think this is the list we're working towards, even though I think... Yeah, this is the list we're working towards. The Rogel Dawn, I think, was going towards the Vestroyans. Yes, they got the Rogel Dawn. That's for 1,000 points. And what did our Katashin look like? There was a tanky version of it. Sly Marbo, Leman Russ Commander, and then some double exterminators. Yeah, I think it's not quite the legendary list, but getting my hands on those legendary vehicles is going to be the issue anyway. So maybe in the future we can do that, but I think this is more viable right now. It has the Death Strike, it has the Manticore, double Hellhound, saucy bits on the side. Anyway, that's that. So yeah. But yeah, tomorrow I think we might actually continue to paint a miniature. Actually build a tank. I think that's the plan. We're actually going to build a tank. Rather than do anything. Yeah, we'll get the tank built, over and done with, and then we can move on next week. I don't know what. Majar, hello, how's it going? Happy Tuesday to you. What's going on? What is going on with you? I hope you're well. You, of course, it's just as the end, actually. We are wrapping things up. But I hope you're well. I hope you had a good Tuesday thus far. We are back tomorrow at 4 o'clock UK time. We're not actually going to raid anyone today, I don't think. Actually, no, that's a complete porcupine. We'll go... Wasn't planning on raiding anyone. However, I know Fluent Code is going. So we will go and say hello to Code. Wait. What was that I just saw? I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. Phrasing? For use when unexpected innuendo appears? Oh. I was in Fluent Code's channel. I thought that was my own for some reason. I am absolutely terrible. No, it's absolutely fine. It's all right. I completely understand. But I hope you're well. We are going to go and raid Fluent Code, though, so please copy and paste thingamajig. YouTube, you've been absolutely wonderful. As always, thank you so much for hanging out today. I'm back tomorrow, 4 o'clock UK time. Hopefully, we'll actually make more progress tomorrow with stuff. And we are making progress with the Cadian army in general. I just need to figure out color scheme and are they actually Cadian? Figure out a little bit of history. So, with that being said, let's get this raid underway. Thank you very much. If you are on Twitch, you've been awesome as well. Thank you very much for the resub. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. And what's the word? Goodbye.